Testing, testing. Hello? All right, I think we are coming through. Oh, that's right. I just decreased. Ah, I remember. There we go. I must have turned it down so I couldn't hear myself. I was like, what the hell's going on? This is not working. But it was working all along. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. It's Finals Thursday. Hopefully your favorite day of the week. Weekday of the week? I don't know. Like, it's a challenge because Friday is still Friday. But, you know, when you remember that Rebecca Black song, it probably makes Thursday sound a lot better. But yes, we are back for our 10th edition of Finals Thursday for Season 2 of the Midweek Muster. Crazy to think it makes that our 41st edition of a Finals for Midweek Muster. I guess 40 because like we had the one-off All-Stars event over Christmas last year. Don't know if we're going to do that again. We'll have to see. But... Oh, a sec. Do you know that in AoE2 you can convert buildings? Yep. Always been a thing. That's absolutely fine. It makes sense for the balance of the game. With AoE4, it wouldn't make sense because AoE4 uses a completely different type of system for conversions that just wouldn't fit. But for AoE2, it made sense. But what we have here to make sense of is how the hell do we keep getting such awesome finals days? Guys, have you seen the schedule today? Have you seen what we've got here? Oh my god, is that stacked or what? We have got Vortex versus B, Numidan versus Lucifer, and then winners in a best of 7. That's right. We've reached what I refer to as a tournament organizer's greatest fear. Vortex and Lucifer could be in the grand finals against each other. Why is that an organizer's greatest fear? because they have a tendency to just speed run finals. You know, like most people, they'll kind of like pace it out and whatever. And then there's those two where the entire thing could be done in less than an hour, which is like deep breaths, internal screaming type feeling. So we'll have to see. Maybe we set some records instead. Maybe today we just like get these deep running games like we've never seen before out of them. That would make for an interesting change of pace. How does my voice sound, by the way? Does that sound good? Dude, I woke up feeling really rough. Yesterday I was really rough. Like yesterday, most of the time I was just like wrapped up in blankets and shivering. I have not been feeling well. Just for record keeping purposes, can you correct the GUA DQ in round 1? I can't, because I'm not a Liquipedia admin. So we require a Wikipedia admin for that. It's the most intense though, no slow game. Yes and no. Like sometimes historically with those two, like you'll just see one fight. Like I still remember in finals, there's been a few games where it's like literally one fight, and then the other just calls GG. Oh look, someone on YouTube want to get banned. But the interesting thing though is like sometimes it is just 15 or 20 minutes is super intense. But other times with those two, it's like they will have one fight at maybe 10 minutes or so, and they'll just call it. And I've seen that a lot in the past. I don't know if I'd say I've seen it that much more recently. Maybe it's like calmed down more recently. But yeah, it is a very kind of polarizing, different approach they have. Awesome present. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. But I think we have draft now complete. The boys are getting lobby. Game number 1, of course, is going to be on Rocky River, remember, as always. And they have not set up a draft for that yet. Yeah, we haven't got a Civ pick here. But look at the drafts. Who got the better end of this? Like, I quite like... Do I like Bees more? Malian's been ranking up in picks, but you did give China over for it. China and China plus HRE really good here. The French pick I like as well. Roose I quite often feel is overrated, but like the rest of it looks good. But you did give Delhi, Otto, Byzantines in response. I mean, I'd say that these are like fairly balanced sides. There's no like clear, okay, this guy just completely won on the draft and we're not going to get a game. Nimu is apparently bleeding from him behind, sitting on his side. Wait, what? Wait, what? He's bleeding from his behind, sitting on his side. What, like... Ooh. Okay, I'm kind of surprised. I wasn't expecting that type of public, like, info share. Oh, well, wishing the best. I didn't want to go there. Like, it's like you're about to turn into a child like, so his butt is bleeding. But like, oh man, that's unfortunate. I think we would have settled for Dimu's just not well right now. But Fablop with the full deets. But I hope Ben feels better soon. Bless him. Is it the finals now? No, semifinals. Into semifinals, into grand finals, as we often do. Dude, I got like where I got like a really deep cut on my arm. I'm really bad for this, like just picking at it, because it's like all at the dry skin stage now, and I'm just I don't know if anyone else has that. I've had this for years. Usually I just don't get injured. It's not a problem. I mean, I considered making the old man jokes, but like we resisted the temptation. That's what's important, okay? That shows real development. Well, it shows some development, you know? HRE... Wait, so we got our picks. HRE versus Mali game 1. Okay, so Malians on Rocky River. This does feel like a B thing. There's a few players that like doing this, but I feel like B Usually it's going towards either Japan, Malian, or Shushi on this map. Need Vortex to boot Lucifer so that he's confident in his ability to do so. Dude, I think Lucifer is actually like the scarier brother right now. Obviously, it's obvious saying that when you look at the results from the EGC. But it's pretty mind-boggling the way that Lucifer just got back into form so quickly. Absolutely crazy, actually. I'm doing well, mate. I hope you're doing well, too. Yeah, I was weighing up what we might do after the game today, actually. Wait, I just saw the first one from Emblem. I just got into a car accident with my dad. I'm standing on the side of the road watching you now. Okay. I mean, why did you decide to collide cars with your dad? I'm assuming you mean you're in the car together. I'm hoping you've checked on your dad and made sure he's okay before you've opened your phone and hopped on this stream. You know, he's just kind of crumpled up there. I don't know if he's like moving right now, but yeah, I'm just gonna. Well, hopefully we provide good entertainment for you while you wait for AA. Is it AA? I always forget. AA breakdown or whatever the hell they're called. Yeah, I was wondering, I was weighing up. So what we could do, chat. I don't know if do you think we should revisit the Anno speedruns tonight? Because it'll be our last chance before access is closed off. And what is up, Pilgrim? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It definitely does help. More than you know. I have big bills to pay each month, and it's a challenge to bloody meet them, now that I think about it. I have to rejig and rethink and see where I can actually save money. Feels like it's a tough time to be reliant heavily on Twitch to make your income. I need to figure out the YouTube side and up that. We've got something different coming on the main channel in the coming days. Very long video, but I don't know if it'll be intriguing or not. We'll find out. But yeah, I'll have to think on that one a bit. AA is alcohol. I know it's alcohol anonymous, but it's also like, isn't it also? Whoopsie, I haven't captured that. Isn't it also what's it called? Like breakdown services. Well, it's a UK one anyway. I'm pretty sure. Triple L is triple A's. Okay, there you go then. I can't remember if it's 2 A's or triple A. What's up, Songs of Silence? Mate, I've already played your game. No, I played it when it first came out, but thank you. Appreciate it, but yeah, I've already got one. So I played a bit of it when it very first came out. It was a cool game. Very, very unique art style, it felt like. For those who don't know, Song of Silence is like an auto-battler type game. But with like a strategic overmap comparative to like maybe more along the lines of like Age of Wonders and Might and Magic, those type of games. But like its art style is very... It's weird. I like it, but I don't know how to say this in a nice way. It gave me AI-generated vibes. I don't think it is, but like that's just unfortunate timing with like the AI art or whatever. But like it's very, very interestingly crafted. It's very beautiful. When? We have our side. I'm not saying you are AI. Chill. Holy crap! The super defense order. No. I'm saying like it was just unfortunate for you that like it like the with the rise in AI art and the timing. Like it had a very. I think it's what it is. I think it's probably the game engine and the way that you render the lighting that gives a very different look to the art. It's not a bad thing. And I would have played this. So I think I tried it last year actually. So when it came out, basically. It was a fun game. I don't think I completed it in the end. I think I got to like the second to last campaign mission or last campaign mission. I just didn't get around to finishing it for whatever reason. AI is ruined. Dude, AI is like, it's rough the way that like AI is impacting everything. Like I've been thinking this, like, oh, actually I need to respond to 1 or 2 people because they did reach out. Because I'm looking for like maybe a secondary YouTube editor because I don't know if my primary's got enough time. Because I want to get away from just doing non-edited content and get us into like, cut down content, etc. Like actually start doing YouTube properly. So I need to bring someone else in. And sadly, another thought within the process was like, is there anything AI driven we could use to do this? Which is unfortunate, but it's like, you know, all your competition's doing it. You even got all these like AI channels. Like it's very, there's this really cool idea for a channel like I spend X days in a game, whatever. I really like that idea. I was like, man, I might try and like steal that. Because it's like being done by a channel that's very clearly AI scripted. Like the readout is all AI, you can tell. And if it was a human, I think it would do even better. AI is amazing for brainstorming? Yes. Like AI has a place in the process for sure. You know, it's like you have to adapt and evolve the ways to using it. Like you can use it to punt out ideas, you can use it to theorycraft different things. It's like it's basically like, you know, if you think about it, AI is essentially the next form of Googling, really is one interesting way to think about it. All right. You guys ready? Should get hyped for it. Getting into this, everyone would just assume Vortex is going to be the GOAT of the midweek musters, but we just witnessed B 3-0ing Anno Chad of all people, which means Vortex needs to be on his S game, or B might go on an escapade here to block him out of finals. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel. It is time for Malians versus HRE. Vortex is the HRE in the red, B with the Malians to kick us off on good old Rocky River. And of course, there's music playing. Well, we'll pause that now anyway. So Rocky River, Mali versus HRE. This is the matchup, like, we've seen quite a bit of recently, I want to say. It's definitely on the more popular end. There's certain civs that just aren't getting through the drafts. These two are. And it's interesting the way that they've been prioritizing the draft. For example, did you guys know that B first picked the Mali? That's right. Like, this was his #1 priority over any other civ choice to open this series. Kind of interesting to think, actually, like, given the other options possible, that's where he went. Because most of the time, like, opening picks, we're talking Chinese, we're talking Byzantines, Japanese, all come to mind. So, shows you just how highly he covets them. And no surprise, you know, earlier this week, we saw B with a very unusual approach to the Malians with his all-in sofa play in feudal, even to a point where it seemed detrimental. But this man, I don't know, it's just something about the way he plays the game. He always managed to make it work when other people wouldn't. It's sometimes when I've got other players watching it, it's almost like you can hear the shaking of their fists as the witness is like, this makes no sense. He should be dead. This strategy should fail. How is it working? I mean, like, that's just B. It always has been. Vortex, I mean, I was just saying to the stream, I'm in like a mixed bag here, right? Like, you know, obviously I want to be unbiased. From a tournament organizer side, you do wonder what's going to happen if we end up with a Lucifer Vortex rather finals. Because those could go very fast. Rocky River seems rough for Mali, at least at your skill level. B seems to cover it quite highly. There's a few players that do as well. I think #1 that comes to mind, Lash, in the past has quite liked Mali in this tier. It can be risky against aggro civs because if you get double forward gold spawn, and let's say you're up against, like, you know, Japan, HRE, they're going to rush you. But the interesting part in this game is that HRE didn't bother at all. And that's because Vortex plays HRE a little bit different than how you've probably seen recently. A lot of people are playing HRE still with the mindset of, like, Dark Age Rush, maybe, and then you chill. Obviously, that's fallen off a little bit because Malians do have the protection now. They can build an outpost, and you can't touch them. But the interesting reason, on top of that, as to why Vortex isn't bothering with Dark Age Rush, is because Vortex is a very big believer in Pro Scouts. He loves playing Pro Scouts, and this is a map ripe for Pro Scouting, really. Like, look at the amount of deer, and look at the widespread. There is so much gains to be had here. There's like 32 deer, I believe it is, which is more than your average map. What civ do you recommend to start with for AoE4? Yeah, English is always like the most obvious one. French, if you like playing more aggressive than Boomy. I think of newer civs, you've got the expansions. Japan is not as complicated as people try to sometimes make out. It actually is quite friendly. Yeah, like French, HRE, English, like Faplop said, are great starting points. Roose, I guess, can kind of work as well. I think that one comes down to how much you want to micro. And also, like, if you play English, French, or HRE, you don't necessarily need to pro scouts. Normally, when you're a newer person, the easiest thing to do is just kind of look for a civ that lets you build farms easily, even though building farms is suboptimal. But from a comfort standpoint, building farms is really good. As in, if you're a new player and you don't want to panic about moving out into boar and deer, etc. Like, I'd say boar, deer play, these are more advanced skills. We just don't really talk of them that way because at the pro level, it's just a given. In fact, sometimes I wonder if Marlians fits into that category of easy to do civs. Now that I think about it. Like infinite food, just sticking cows in ranches. At low level, I could see Marlians being very good, but obviously you'd have to take some extra effort initially to figure out what they are or aren't about. So kind of a mixed bag, really. Okay, so Pro Scout's coming in exactly as we were expecting. Vortex already has the stables down. Cool thing about this as well is like you can just kind of inflate into farms while going Pro Scouts as well. That's just how good HQ's economy is. Or he can leverage this to get a faster castle timing, which would make more sense considering that you're expecting B to try and rush up Cow. Yeah, he's already storming through the wood for it as well. Probably going to be seeing a stables drop here to try and contest Pro Scouts. And there you go. So normally the way you want to play this is you can add in 2, maybe 3 extra scouts. Upgrade them to be Vanguard Scouts. Oh, sorry, Vanguard Scouts to War Scouts, rather. And then you have a way of attacking the enemy scouts and beating them. Vortex, already aware though, has prepped the Spearman. Yeah, whoa. Oh, hold on. Not just the Spearman, not just the Horseman. It's a 1-1-1 build. Very interesting. I like this. This is kind of cool. So Vortex, he stops at 3 scouts. He's treating this like a French pro scout build. Where you just bulk up your army while slowly sustaining your deer play. So the reason that you play like this is you're confident you're going to have map control and you want to have map control. If you can, then you don't need that many scouts, actually. You just need enough that you're constantly bringing back food. This is exactly how French plays because French is the bully. They're the one in the playground that everyone tries to avoid. So, you know, to see this way for H3 is pretty cool. It gives a timing in mind here. I imagine he's going to look to try and send it into B's base at around, like, you know, 13 minutes max. Does mean B might have a problem now. Yeah, because he's going Archer plus Sofa, which can lose to Vortex's comp. If this had been Donzo Javelin, he'd actually be a lot safer. Chad's been sweeping every series so far. Yeah. I'm curious to see if he can hold a torch to Lucifer, though. Lucifer is the man to be on that side of the bracket. You know, like, when you look at the results of, like, Scarlet Devil 2-ing Louis and then Numidan 3-0ing him, you're like, well, that's clear, right? Not really. Scarlet is very good in best of 3s. He struggles in best of 5s. Okay, so Sofa showing up the poke. This has become the new norm, by the way. Marlians love to play with Sofa. Because Sofa is just the thing you want to scale to in the next stage anyway. And they actually make decent raiders these days, ever since the buffs to their health and damage. Slight buffs, but it was enough to give a look in. You know, there could be an argument to be made that, like, the Marlian Sofas weren't actually that bad in Feudal in the first place. But the buff just guaranteed people actually finally took them serious. Because they used to be, I think it was 155 HP and 16 damage. So it's really not much in the way of gains. But, you know, another way to think about there is like it ends up being 7 or 8% increase in damage. And then the extra health could be the difference between an extra hit from a spear. I think B just realized what's happening. Oh boy. Time is not going to be on B's side then. He's already added in a second branch, 3rd one as well. So he's looking for the scale. Steel arrow timing also really concerning. B, he doesn't even have a blacksmith yet. He's going to need one. He's so far going to melt to archers otherwise. Burn comes through. And this is what we were highlighting with Malians when it came up about them being hard on Rocky River. When you get these type of spawns and your opponent plays aggressive, you feel the pain. And it's almost deceptive in the way that Vortex just chose Feudal and then aggroed. Like B, he didn't see Dark Age aggro, so maybe he just felt kind of safe here. Anything but. 10 cow now. So it's very clear what the plan is, but he's going to have to fight tooth and nail over his primary gold to achieve that. Remember, you can't really go Castle Age without any veins. So for backstab coming through. Archers, they've been trading out for the spearman kills. Decent amount of them so far. Sofas taking out the spears one by one. Oh, this is a brilliant fight. B. Yeah, gets on top of the targets. The archers from Vortex able to trade out and take out B's remainder, but the delay in new spearmen arriving did give the Sofa a great opening there. It's still going to be a forced retreat, but considering how bad the numbers were between the two, I don't think B could have expected much more out of that engagement. Yeah, it's just unfortunately he wasn't able to get rid of the archers. So remember what we said about these archers, like as they scale, they're really going to hurt here. You only have 2 ranged armor and they have got 6 damage. I like this idea though, B trying to cut some reinforcements. Yeah, he has the right idea as well. You know, spearmen are meant to counter Sofa, sure, but if you just club them down 5v1, it doesn't really sound like a very fair battle there, right? In fact, if you have got your hands on 5 Sofa, pretty sure that is enough damage, yeah, to always just get the one hit kill. No, you'd be shy, wouldn't you? Because you'd be hitting for 85. So if you got 6 Sofa, or 5 plus the scout, which he does, that's enough to insta-kill a spin. So you'll probably lose, like, you know, 30 health on one of your Sofas, but kill a spin. That's a really good trade. Not so good of a trade when it's like this, though. 3 Spinmen just waiting in there. Sofa are just going to brute force their way through B. He's got him this time. The archers, overextended, are going to get punished. Well played, B. Now turning this around, but for good reason. Vortex is aging up. Yeah, he stopped, and I think B is suspicious. Like, he'll know the numbers. Age your economy goes brrr. It's not just going to stop like that for nothing. So tech up's on the way. He now needs to make sure that Vortex suffers for that. Vortex just playing the game a bit taboo, right? Disobeying the rules of RTS. When you age up, when you tech up, you back up. Or you get backed up. He did slow down his scaling himself, by the way. To get that type of rebuttal, he had to stop scaling the cow. So he's only at 10 now. He has been for the last, what, 2 minutes? Vortex now the Regnit's up. There are going to be some good options for him here, especially that relic all the way in the corner that B does not even know about. B. Need to find some sort of punishment to dish out here. That tech up ringing, his opportunity window is limited. But we've seen how B plays this map before. He's not one to shy away from feudal all-inning against castle, which is crazy to say. We'll get some denial on the pro scouts. I think ultimately, though, he has to age. This is already taking a little bit too long. The first knights are queued up. They're going to be coming out momentarily. And it is double stable, so it'll have some pump to it. Range 2 as well as veterancy is about to come in for the archers, at which point I don't like B's odds here. Marley can feudal all in better than any other civ except for knight civs. Not that crazy. It is kind of crazy when your archer count isn't that high. Like, normally, if you had a clear archer advantage, it's not bad. Because if you have, say, for example, 25 feudal archers, but your opponent has 12 or 15 veteran archers, the feudal archers can win that fight. But you can see, like, Vortex is on the verge of actually having more archers than B. I think what B's doing here, he's backing up to try and get Vortex out of his own base. Because then you can get a fight where you can actually use the Sofa. If you fight in the choke points, it doesn't do anything. This is really crafty, actually, and Vortex is taking the bait. B. I don't think he was expecting this many already. Okay, so continues the back up. At this point, it's one of those, like, was it the base hunter games? As in, like, you know, the ones where you fish. He's got him on the line. He's reeling him in. He's reeling him in. Wiggles to the left, wiggles to the right. Here we go. And here's the reveal. Sofa, jump in. Vortex is a scramble, looks to retreat. Spearman numbers are not good, though. The Sofa flood is real. And the archers. Oh, they can't do enough damage quick enough here. Sofa's cut him off and cut him down. Knights are the only thing that's going to be left standing here. Numerically disfavored there as well. In fact, look at the health bars on these guys. The runaway is going to be brutal. Sofa are quicker than Knights. They can catch you. And I can't believe it. Vortex. He fell for it. B, he laid the perfect trap the way he backed up. He kept the second Sofa wave away from vision. He made it look like this was a back off into a tech play. That there was no other plan left for B. Vortex takes the bait and gets forced to take the knee in that fight. Now moving the base. The gold just got idled out, but it's just been expired. Vortex has only got one relic home so far. Second one on the way. He's shifting his economy all the way to the east side out of his base. B adds in more cow. He's looking to scale up, but he's also fret as he experiences the ride in there. The Knights, though, they're just so heavily injured, they're irrelevant. What a wacky game. I'm trying to think of all the Malian players at the moment. B might be my favorite one to watch just because of how creative and different his approach is. We've seen a lot of Sofa flooding in Fuel Age, but this approach, the way he done this, crazy. Vortex now getting crossbowman, so B chooses his time well to tech. He's like, maybe I could just run away for free this time. Maybe Vortex will think it's bait again. I love those small details like the bloomery as well. The extra damage on the Sofa actually matters a lot in these trades against the Knights. Archers. Ooh. Fishes for some kills, but it's only achieved one so far. That could have been a lot worse for Vortex, actually, considering how clustered he was and the fact he doesn't have textiles. So far. No, it's going to get worse. He gets found out on the berries. And with the bloomery, that's going to be a confirmed free hit kill. Easy peasy. Knight now on the way to assist. Should be able to stop the Sofa, so just pull away. But out of time achieved. An extra worker kill. Tech up now complete. Full upgrades coming through. B reloading for another double barrel. Vortex. Is it me, or has he not done that well in Pro Scouts? I mean, he has, but he hasn't. It's a bit weird. I think what happened here is Vortex burned it all too fast going into Knights. So he now is kind of forced towards a farm transition unless he can seemingly sneak more deer home, which would require more scouts first of all. Port armor's about to kick in. You'd think import armors would really change their shield, wouldn't you? Not just their neck piece. Poison arrow also now on the way. Ranged armor 2. Is it okay for B to wait like this? Mixed feelings on it, really. He doesn't have his blacksmith text. It's probably the reason he thinks he needs to wait. But the big problem here now is Vortex I mean, you're giving him a lot. Right, he's now got 3 relics home, a 4th one on the way. You're now giving him the space to go for farms. You're not really ahead against Atria economy like this, surely. Say that, his villagers need to start bloody working to guarantee that, because right now, like, the raw economical numbers, yes, it does favor B. We have got Devoutness, so that's going to inflate it even quicker. Devoutness, by the way, plays really well into the idea of, like, teching afterwards. Like, when you go for Palace Schwabia, it gets built so quick because of Devoutness. Remember, it increases build speed by 25%. Pretty nuts. What is B waiting for? Because I said it was the blacksmith text. Makes sense. He backed up entirely, so... You know, this is the type of thing you're going to do. You can fall for map control when you think there's something more defensive to play for, like a later timing. Or he just felt like, okay, the relic game has been decided. There's nothing for me to be out on the field, so there's no point in me risking it right now. I should just come back. Vortex now with a mass men-at-arms switch. Okay, I dig this, actually. B doesn't have great answers to mass men-at-arms. I mean, there is an obvious answer, but if you're not prepped when you take the big fight, you'll struggle to get it online quick enough. It's going to be Musafadi. You need to get veterancy. You need to get those upgrades in. If Vortex times this right, gets, say, 20 men-at-arms before the reveal, it looks really good for him. Yes, a nice complementary force against Sofa. Excuse me, in particular. Because you've got spears, you've got men-at-arms littered in. Both of them are going to be good against those Sofa with the bonus heavy that you get on the maces. Sofa archers diving in. Well, hold on a sec. Vortex. He looks a bit thin here. What's going on? Raid on the flank. Finds a bunch of the workers out on the berries. B with a dive in. Oh my god, he just erased them! Sofa to sit you on the sofa sideline here. What is this unit doing to games? Marlian's first pick material in the eyes of B. And after what you just saw here, you can understand fully why. Sit your ass on the free piece and watch these bad boys take over every Marlian game. Wow. That was... Dude, I'm telling you. Those units. Good lord. So we were going to... I think that one, though, is the perfectly laid tech bait. Is it just me or Sofa's look broken AF? It's because of the way that he won that tech up fight. Remember when he baited him and then overwhelmed him? That was a huge exchange in economical value. So like militarily, that put B in a very, very good position. And then the other thing is like obviously after that you've just got the cow to pad you a lot of the way as you prep for that next step. Whereas like Vortex, we saw you had to go farms. Yeah, I wonder if actually the night play was the correct call for him after that. Feels like the night play cost him more than it gained if he just went spearman arms. We've got Delhi French for game number 2. Delhi French, and we're going to be on Cliffside. Let's get predictions ready. Is your real name KP2? No. Gonna... Excuse me. Amazingly enough, when I was born, my mother wasn't like, kill a pigeon. Yeah. Yeah, no, when I was born and I came out, my mother didn't look at me and go, kill a pigeon. But we are going to see who's going to be crowned Simba of Cliffside. B, an astounding victory in game number 1. Could he do it again to go 2-0 up against our regularly unbeatable champion of the midweek muster? Let's find out. We hop in here. Let me flip that around. It is B with the lead. Delhi in the green, going up against Vortex on his French in the red. Excuse me, my throat is a little bit rough today, guys. Hopefully it's not showing too much on the broadcast. But Cliffside for these two. Delhi sometimes is just a lottery pick here, by the way. He didn't roll the perfect dice this time. Sometimes you get the sacred sites spawning really tightly together. That didn't happen here, but still a decent pick on this map on average. French, I want to say they're a little bit more hit or miss. And I think that just fits French perfectly. Like, French consistently is this type of civ that I think in a lot of cases, they've just kind of became the jack of all trades civ. Don't get me wrong, there are matchups in certain maps where they can be phenomenal. But on average, it's the type of civ that there's very few maps in the competitive pool where they come out and you go, that doesn't really make sense. Bar water maps, of course. But there aren't that many maps where you see them come out and go, well, that's an insta-win. I think I like that, though. I kind of wish more civs were that, in a nutshell. I think Age of Empires 4 is at its best when any civ is viable in any situation. And that, in fairness to the devs, is incredibly hard to pull off in asymmetrical games. It's just the nature of things. Like, something's always going to be broken. And also the nature of, like, gameplay dynamics nowadays is, like, everything has to have a meta. Right? We can't just be content with, oh, let's just do this. You know, it's refreshing when we had someone come in early and go, what's a good civ to start with? Instead of being like, what's the best civ? I guess in a way they were saying, what is the best civ to start with? So, opening-wise, it's been a bit interesting, actually, with Delhi versus French. There are some maps where players try to still go Ghazi against French, which is a little bit weird. It's very greedy. Here, most definitely more than almost any other map, you'll go for the Spearman. What I'm wondering, though, is if B will go Ghazi at all, or if he maybe plays into, like, an Archer Spear. I'm going to say something controversial. This might be the map where Tower Victory could make sense for Delhi. We're not seeing it this game, but, like, in future, if I had to choose a map, I feel like Cliffside is the one that it could be justified on, because on Cliffside, there's not much distance to your opponent's base. If you play full infantry comp, you also can wall as you go. Like, there's a lot of strategic value, actually, in TOV on this map. But I live in a fantasy world where Dome of Faith doesn't exist, because everyone and their mum, and their dad, and their uncle, and their long lost cousin are going to be building this landmark. Someone's got to change, man. French gold is in a precarious spot. Yeah, so, like, this is, once again, where the idea of, like, opening spear archers is kind of intriguing. But the other concern, actually, is, like, his secondary gold is at the back, but in a really open area? It's got tree lines beyond it, but, like, there's such a big opening to get in here to the east and the west that has me concerned. Like, if he gets pushed off this gold, it's actually more efficient and logical for Vortex to go over here. That's pretty rough. Especially compared to B's golds like this. You know, you've got one retracted, and then the other one, sure, it's more open, but it's to the edge of the map. Yeah, meaning it's further away from Vortex's base by default. So, tech up's almost complete. Remember, Vortex is going to have more workers by default, because French TCs produce workers faster. And he will be opening with one knight. But with the way he's gathered gold, the fact he's still got, what, 4 on gold? Yeah, we're going to be seeing Pro Scouts. Good timing as well, actually. Really clean execution. This is a really nice thing about French. You can always do this, easy peasy. Because this civ gets big discounts on ecotechs, wheelbarrow into Pro Scouts with knight production is actually viable. It sounds ridiculous. The more I think about it, the more I feel like it is. But kind of got to give French something, right? Like, you know, I don't mind them having this little jostle on their step, considering I wouldn't consider them an S tier civ. I probably wouldn't consider French an A tier civ. I think they're like a high B tier. Not that they're bad, it's just other civs are slightly more dominant. You know, like of the S tier, you're looking at China, you're looking at Lancaster. And then the solid A's are things like Japan and Byzantines would be another that comes to mind. Oh, Vortex. Didn't even get the charge off. French is probably the best balanced civ, which is interesting because there was a time where they were considered the worst balanced civ because they were ridiculous. In the early days, people thought they were just giga broken, if you remember. I imagine there's still a lot of casual players that feel that way. What do you mean one knight just killed 15 of my workers? Timmy, you didn't pull any of your workers away. You just left them on the tree line. How was I supposed to know that a knight can tell the difference between a tree and a human? Okay, Timmy. I think it's time for you to have it. Okay, so Rat's coming. We talked about this B. He actually did do the Ghazi first, even though it's a shorter map. That really surprised me. And it actually might surprise Vortex. Ooh, pulls away in time, though. And he was keeping an eye out for it. He saw it coming early. What an intriguing choice. I wonder why B just didn't go into spears to begin with. Ghazi. Wait, what? Oh, Vortex, he sent them back to work. Ghazi, one of them's going to go down, but that's worth it. 2 worker kills and the idle time. Huge hit. Dude, B is vibing right now. I don't know what he put in his cereal this morning, but this man is scary. So Vortex with no huge eco lead to really speak of right now. Not to mention sacred sites are going to be coming into the picture shortly. With only 2 knights, it's going to be very difficult for Vortex to stop B from getting sacred sites. Yeah, because let's say you send 1 knight over to stop a sacred site cap and the Ghazi nearby, you're just going to lose him. Scholar? I still find it so comical that a scholar can tank as many knights to the face as a Ghazi can. Great find, though. However, for B, that is simply a drop in the bucket. He's about to get Sanctity. He's still got extra scholars to work with. Love the efficiency. Tops off the boys and then looks to get the goodies. He is allowing the deer to come home, but I think this is fine. Like, your goal... I think the way you win this game is B. It's not on food starvation, it's on gold starvation. Vortex now to archers. Spears as well. Does B go 1-1-1-2? He does. Yeah, archer range coming in. Now, you'd probably think this is bad because Vortex has started scaling archers first, so B's going to be behind. But remember, with Delhi, you just garrison the scholar inside, and you inflate your numbers much quicker. Just trying to scare away the scouts. It's only 1-1-1 as well from Vortex, so yeah, he's definitely going to get outmassed. I would love to see B just kind of optimizing with his scholars here, shuffling between buildings when he's not using others, but you know, it's a lot of extra truthful work. It's definitely worth it because you don't really want to be pulling the scholars out of Moss. You want to have them in there to gain more research times. But B's got a very different approach here, like running around with 3 scholars to each sacred site. So just kind of guaranteeing that a knight can't kill one of them, and also guaranteeing that if the fight happens, he can keep his boys alive. There's definitely a point in the game where you could do that. It's always a trade-off with Delhi. You're either going to want to get your hands on the critical text much earlier, or you're going to want to have survivability. Because that survivability factor with scholars doesn't really scale well into bigger armies. You know, you can't sustain heal a spearman against 15 archers. You can against 2. Ooh. Ghazi again. This man is tempting fate. Knights were trying the same thing, but they did get scouted out early. Second sacred site now locked in. And I think Vortex has skipped worker production, folks. He was 2 ahead when they teched up, roughly 2 ahead. Maybe he's housed for a little bit. I think he should be 1 extra worker ahead now. B. I don't think he even bothered with textiles. Oh, he did. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, yeah. No, something's definitely gone wrong here for Vortex. The fact that B has textiles suggests that there's been some idle on the TC. Ghazi. Ooh, they would vision. A little bit of miss micro in there by B, sending the extra spinman in. Are you ready for this fight? Vortex's night count isn't lofty, so 30 to 43 overall military doesn't necessarily give a clean victory to French. You're not going to give the chase in. Ghazi with the gap close. Face the spinman forward. Archer's just trying to trade out against those spears on both sides here. The Scholars with the chain heal. Is it going to be good enough, though? The Ghazi, they're starting to get wiped. Vortex, he breaks the front line. The Scholars are now having to tank with their faces. But it's looking like it's going to be enough. Dude, these guys are absolute Giga Chads. Look at them. Through it all, they stand firm, absorbing the hits meant for the squishies. I have to back up now, though. Vortex realizes, oh, actually, why am I leaving? Those were just Scholars. I can kill those. Archers now finding their kills. And I'm getting worried now. B, sacking the Ghazi was not good there. No, he got baited into a weird fight. Vortex coming out advantaged after that. Keep in mind, B, like, this is kind of a problem with what he's done here. And what I'm not the biggest fan of is this Scholar pull is cool, but he kept them out forever. You know, it's like, think of it like a phone. Your phone's got a battery. The laptop, you know, think about it like a laptop. Your laptop's got a battery, right? And of course you want to use it. You know, you want to go out, you want to use it on the go, because that's the whole point of the laptop. But if you keep it out and you never plug it in, then the battery's going to run out and you're just going to be flat out dead. And that's being a Delhi Scholar never researching anything. You know, you've got to occasionally be using them on charge. Otherwise, you're not getting the best value out of them. Like, eventually it's just going to switch off. And that's kind of what's happening with the tech timings. Now, if you guys feel the need all of a sudden to buy a laptop, that's what PCS is for, by the way. Exclamation mark PCS to check out our sponsor. Or a PC even. Then you don't have to ever be plugged out. Yeah, like these Scholars definitely felt like this laptop, they've been having a good time, been working really well, and then the battery went to zero. You're like, crap. Because we're talking about a situation where Vortex has Steeled Arrow under mesh that entire last fight, and Steeled Arrow didn't come in for B until afterwards. And this is indeed Age of Empires, and this is indeed Vortex's game to hold a ransom over B's head. He threatens the berries, he forces the commitment. B has to charge in. The Ghazi trying to find their way to the archers, but body blocks are good. Vortex standing his ground with the Knights well here. Getting in the way, making it difficult for the Ghazi to push through. Archers trading out against the others. But the front line it's happened again. B, he just keeps giving over the front side. Vortex is just too good with these Knights. Yeah, this looks close to over. I mean, B, he's now going to start hemorrhaging workers to the Knight raids. It's problematic. He just doesn't have enough spears to brute force the Knights. He doesn't have enough Ghazi to get on top of the archers efficiently. I mean, this is one of those type of comps that when you scale into it, if you start losing just a few of the Ghazi too early, it never really comes together. Because at that point, you're just building a worse cav unit than your opponent at a similar pace. Scholars are getting target fired now. The Night Dive is a little bit ambitious for Vortex, so you might want to slow down a bit. But overall, I don't want to say in cruise mode, but game seems to be in his control. Used to samurai spam. Oh, you're one of those people. Nowadays, we mounted samurai spam. Ah, how we've evolved. We went from having 2 feet, or 2 legs rather, to having 6. Da-da. And Vortex, Castle Age now coming in. Should just be a guild hall. I mean, you could go Rollins too if you wanted to, but there's no point. You already have Dominion over the fight, so... this is one of those weird things about Royal Institute that I think gets misunderstood sometimes. It's like, well, if you can just win the game now, why not just get it and win the game now? Because you don't necessarily win the game right now. you actually delay winning the game. So I think Roll Institute makes the most sense when you have a mandatory requirement of timing you have to hit. So, for example, oh man, we're kind of even, but I could break his army if I had this extra health. Then it makes sense. If you're like already winning, kind of like when people just build prototype for the sake of it and they don't even need it to win, sort of thing. Like, it can sometimes be a good addition. It's not always needed. So yeah, like the thing with Roll Institute is like it will delay your all-in kill point by at least 2 minutes usually, because you're going to queue up the veterancy for Knights of 30, and then usually people don't immediately queue up Royal Bloodlines anyway. Like at this stage, you don't really have great economy to immediately just drop all that gold into Bloodlines. And also, then you'd want to scale your Knight count more because 11 is not a lot, so you'd want to have 20. It just doesn't make sense in those situations. Alright, veterancy in. And I think B is about to be out. Villagers go idle. Few of them get baited. Veterancy of archers only 20 seconds out. But this already looks over. B has, what, 2 spearmen maybe to fight with? 3 maximum. These knights are ready to kill everything. Vortex just hugging his knights as much as possible so the archers can't just easily target fire onto him. This is done. I mean, healing OP ... but you have your limitations. Vortex may have been fouled in the first, but he strikes back quick in the second. Yeah, good micro. Really well played by Vortex. That's the thing with Delhi versus French. I feel like Delhi versus French is always like... You can define that matchup by like one fight decides the outcome. And like that fight, it's a very delicate balance with that fight. You know what I mean? It's like... It's very much a skill-based matchup, is what I'll say, to keep it simple. So I'm just double-checking something. His favorite French matchup? No. I would say it's very even. It's skill execution. Like, it's not high percentage favored one way or the other. Alright. Let's just mark that up. 1-1. Yo, what's up, Nico? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the Prime sub. Guys, get those subs in! It supports the channel. It means the world to me. And did I mention that you get your hands on a bunch of incredible emotes? You get a rewind function, and you don't have to worry about ads. Bam, bam, bam. Wow. Also, is this a good time to go do the exclamation mark heroes? Because I think, if you guys have been paying attention to the card game, it's on its final day. You got 1 day left to back it. It's at 1.2 million euros raised for this pretty cool game. So if you guys want to get yourselves a discount on this new card game, which is releasing next year, go ahead, exclamation mark heroes, and back it now to get your hands on these. It's not an RNG trading card game. It's you buy the decks of the cards and you build your decks, and then you can fight against friends and foes alike. And these look sick. Dude, I'm such a avid lover of Might and Magic. Like, I was just this morning on the Crapper watching the of Seth Zintak's, I think, 7th time reviewing the For Blood and Honor Might and Magic game, and it never gets old. Yeah, people really want it. Dude, like, Might and Magic's good. It's like, I'm a kid when I say it's one of the greatest IPs ever created. Alright, here we go, guys. I can't decide which one of these two players is better. And the score says it as well. We are now best of 3 between B and Vortex. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Shushi versus Roose to break said tiebreaker. And man, B, even though he may have dropped one, I gotta give it to him. You know, he truly, from a strategic layer, caught Vortex off guard in game 1. But what Vortex just proved in this second game that we just saw is that he can out-micro. Something you come to expect from him, actually. So that now leads us into a curious situation of, okay, can B find more creative solutions? Or could Vortex just make this more orderly? More about simply not strategy, but simple execution? Because I think that's the area where, from what we've seen here anyway, it looks like Vortex will have the edge. Not easy to say that as well. It's not like B is bad at microing at all. You know, this is one of the guys who believed in body blocking when no one else would do it, for example. So, Shushi versus Roose. It's just going to be pro scouts on both sides. I'm just checking where he's scouted. Okay, nice. B. That's the jackpot. Against Roose, that's exactly what you want. Vortex, he wasn't able to latch on to the location of B scout, so he couldn't mimic him. Normally, what you want to do here is Roose, is you're going to build a second scout, so your first one is praying that he runs into the enemy one. Because if you run into the 75% of the sheep rather, on the map, that's huge. Instead, in this situation, Vortex ended up with 13, while B got 50. Yeah, he actually beat him. There's a few left, though, so I think Vortex will get slightly more overall, probably looking at, what, about 20 to 17, something like that. God, speaking of sheep, look at you guys with the push-ups. One person doesn't, and you all remember it. Sheeple. You're meant to be nice to me today. I'm super ill, and I was like, I'll make sure I do the KPMM for all the people. Oh, wow. Isn't this just a... Is this... Wait. So he was just looking for the 8 stack. Okay, that's very weird. Yeah, because B was blind making this move. He hadn't checked out here at all. So he was just kind of hoping. It could have been really bad. This one's not too bad, though. So it's 48 food, 25 stone, and probably about 15 woodish. I don't know if that was really worth it over... I guess the alternative wasn't much better. I mean, he could have 36 food and 50 stone here, which is nice. Because considering this is meant to be pro scout and pro scout, I don't know why you'd actually rate the berries that highly. The only thing I can think is maybe he doesn't want a pro scout here. And then it would make sense why he needs the 8 stack of berries. Because then you need the additional food or you just starve out. Pro scouts to begin with, of course. From Vortex, I mean, it's got to be. B is still the question mark for me. I think it is going to be, and that's what makes this sorrowful walk home that much more depressing. I mean, it's a long walk for free workers to have gained very little overall. You know, you got 12 more food than you get at home. And you got some woods to the stone. Yeah. I like what Vortex is doing here. Guys, like, at this point, there's nothing else for you to do right now, so burning your opponent's burning camp is a really good idea. Because at this level of play, anyway, it's going to lead to a small but important inefficiency, which is going to be leveraging wood to repair instead of just to go towards his stables, go towards his next unit. Yeah. The best part is when you do this. Once it's on fire, you feel so good. B, wait, B, he didn't realize. Wait, B, did he realize? Oh my god, I don't think he did. I mean, you can kind of tax the remainder here, so it's not the end of the world. But it almost seemed like B, because he ran out of wood, his guy was going back to the tree line and he didn't realize. That's painful, actually. That's going to delay you by probably, like, what, 20 seconds at least on Pro Scouts? Unless he doesn't Pro Scouts at all. Wait, what? Okay, so we actually did call it. Yeah, that's why he done this meditation garden. Now I'm excited. I'm so bored of Pro Scout and Pro Scout Shushi Roose games. So this is aggro play. So all that goal was simply so he'd be able to afford Chug Numas. Vortex. Stables reaction coming in from him because, of course, the answer to all of this is just knights. Bloody good deer spawn for the Pro Scouts play for him as well. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, different map. I quite like the Chug idea. This is a very big map. But if you can wedge yourself on the east side quick enough, you deny pro scouts. The problem is that first deer pack spawns so close to the base. I don't know if you can. Especially the fact that Vortex is already up to 6 scouts. First Chig is going to be arriving, but first knight already queued up for Vortex. Archery range follow-up play as well. Interesting. So, I mean, well, you don't want spears against the horseman. I thought you'd just go more knights. The problem, though, is if you're not going to actively gather gold, it's very difficult to get enough knights out. Is he going to stop? I don't think he is. Like, this is just all in, then. Yeah, we're going up to double-digit Chug. Means he's going to want to be back on the gold, so he does re-establish the money count. Now, the interesting part is if he's going to be looking for the taxation timing, because you need Steeled Arrow here to really make this work. If you're quick enough, it gives you a big edge, because typically, Roose players, when they're pumping knights like this, they just don't have enough gold to get their blacksmiths. But we did just see Vortex dropping a blacksmith. So presumably he's holding reserves here. Yeah, he's got 1 ticket sitting, ready to go. Do knights counter Chug or is it horsemen? They both can. But knights is nicer because it's more broadly applicable. Like any civ that can build knights will build knights instead of horsemen in feudal. Because they make phenomenal radius at killing enemy workers. They're jack of all trades on horseback. You know, their only negative, of course, is spearmen. But when you're playing Roose as well, like if your opponent goes spearman, you're happy because you can afford a lot of archers with the wooden fortress. 20% more wood after all. He has the right idea at the right moment, moves across. So Vortex's pro scout play on the west side is going to start to be blocked out. He's getting starved. Yeah, well, I mean, he's still got 1 full deer stack back. 8 deer in total, technically. These ones shouldn't be making it, though. No, so he has to scramble and run. Loses 1 of the scouts in the attempt. He is going to have his own food issues soon, though. And my worry there is, like, your opponent has built knights for that very reason. But this is a big deal. Steeled Arrow did come through. Chug aren't going to be very impactful, though, because the undermesh was already taken. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. The concept is cool, but expectation obvious. Vortex cut him off before he could get any real value in a big clash there. Undermesh now forcing B into a weird position where you're probably going to have to add in either Spearman or look for an age up. You don't really have the food to go for an age up. Vortex probably Kushki with the idea of now just building this army bigger and bigger. And B, he could try to just instead blow his horseman count. But that's a lot of food as well. And remember, the problem now is he just doesn't have great amounts of food. I would like to have great amounts of that. What is up, Philsbo? Thank you much for the prime sub, mate. Remember, guys, keep those subs pumping. I mean, it's a perfect time for it, isn't it? It's a finals Thursday, first series of the day. And DLC soon. Perfect time. And B now goes Pro Scouts. Oh, I mean, that solves the problem we were talking about. It seems weird, but if you think about it, actually, there's still half the deer left on the map. It's not the craziest idea. I think B had something else in mind originally, but this is like his steer back into potential success. As long as he gets all the remaining deer, it's not atrocious. And yes, B is doing the ball. He even has the double outpost. Like, this is actually overkill, guys. He technically didn't need any outpost when he built a village here. I guess you could argue one because you got the taxman as well. Still, he's got to catch up, man. He just started his pro scout play. Meanwhile, Vortex is coming in now with vet knights. Oh my god, and B! What? He got faked out! Vortex with the look like a back away moment. That was sick. B, he just saw it. He's like, okay, he's leaving. There's no way he comes back. Vortex is like, hold on a second. I'm just going to go ahead and see what you've got in your pockets. Gets 2 kills and gets away. Gruesome hit. And now 107 gold on the high trade house. So Vortex doing well there. Monks to be on the way. B, I don't even know why we're adding more Chuk here. There's knights, man. This is ambitious. I don't want to say I don't believe, but yeah, I kind of don't. What do you do now if you're B? I've never seen someone so resistant to the idea of adding in spears. But I kind of get where he's coming from. Like, your opponent already has archers, but still. Like, what else can you do against Castle Age Knights? Nothing else that will kill him. B now starting to save up a bit. Looks like some of the pro scouts is leaking through though. Vortex getting extra goodies. Vortex. I mean, are you trying to kill us or just tickle us? Oh look, maybe we can kill 1 or 2 of the archers. Yeah, I think they might kill a lot of you though. Brute force shove. There's not that many knights, but really there doesn't need to be. They're just so insanely tanky. TC isn't garrison either, so you haven't got extra arrow fire to even try and tickle away at these guys. They'll at least try and trade out with the archers, but the cost looks too damn high. This looks over. Got Mountain Academy coming in, but here's the weird thing. Like, you know, yeah, you can say that Vortex is technically going to run out of deer first because, like, B, he gets this deer stack, he's going to have a little bit more. Even if that was the case, it wouldn't be true. Remember, the high trade house gives you an extra deer every minute. So Vortex has more runway. Like, the crazy part is, this is with B having the ball. And it still doesn't feel like it's good enough. It's just going to be arriving the gold now. B, good luck finding safety in this game. He may have opened the series with a win over Vortex, but the Spaniard is quickly warming up. And it's leading to a dead little B's body. Yeah, I think he's just going through the motions now. I mean, he'll try and get a wave together of lancers to try and hold this, but it's very, very difficult. Yeah, so now we gotta go for wider golds. I mean, you can rush up a bunch of outposts. It's not the end of the world. He has got enough for double hand cannon slits as well. Problem is, like, while this has all been going on, keep in mind Vortex has been bringing relics home. In fact, I think, yeah, did he just find the final one? He did. So that's going to be a 5 relic game for Vortex B. It's a good thing he did go Mountain Academy. In fairness, you always do. Unless you're rushing castle, there's no real reason to go shallow monks. Shallow monks are good when there's not many units in the field because they're good brawlers. And it gives you a clear timing into relics. But otherwise, you're rarely ever going to see it. Like, if you're teching up at 11, 12, 13 minutes, Mountain Academy always feels better. Like, if you're teching up past 9 minutes, I'd say Mountain Academy seems to feel better. Vortex just waiting for the obvious here. Boys Fort 2 coming in shortly. And then I imagine we'll see a full commit send. KP1 Pro Scouts on G. No, don't put this on me. Well, I did. Yeah, I wanted it at the start of the game. Well, I didn't want it. Like, it made sense. I never want Pro Scouts these days. They also, like, made sense why he went Pro Scouts later. I'm not saying it felt good, but you can understand why in his position at that point in the game, he tried for it. He's kind of had nothing else to go for. So, last time I checked, Lancers are meant to feel tanky. I made a map, there are a double amount of deer. You start this. Whoa, hold on a sec. Double amount of deer? Dude, like this is false news. You're not even reporting on things correctly. I didn't make the map. You're thinking of Scarguard, which was made by Avali. I didn't make the map. I put eyes on it. I take responsibility there. You know, it's like blaming me for like creating the nuke. No, I advertised it. That's all. It's different. Looks like we're advertising more Spanish wins. Vortex taking the third game. He is now 1 game away from booking himself into those grand final slots again. Dude, whoa. Like Zubi0T with the false advertising bollocks right there. You made a tournament of it? A tournament sponsored by Avali. He backed it. I had a part to play, but, like, don't sell me out to dry like I was the full cause. Also, all we done, really, is expose the devs' flawed idea of Pro Scouts. So, like, if you think about it, did we not do you a favor? No. Like, me and Avali are the good guys. We exposed a fundamental flaw, and that fundamental flaw was then not fixed quickly, and then when it was eventually fixed, it still wasn't fixed well enough. That's not on us. Me and Avali are the good guys, okay? Which is why more of you should be doing exactly what Yoga just done there. Thank you very much, Yoga fanboys. Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm. Alright, Roose versus Shushi. We have a lead established. Vortex, if he wins this next game, he is into left finals. Pro Scouts is so hard to counter. Exactly. And also, I've been the most vocal person on, like, how you solve Pro Scouts. Like, the #1 solution is introduce new food types so you can diversify the design of maps so there's less deer inherently on a lot of maps. But that's never happening, is it? So... what's that? I'm just getting bumped by something. Alright, my brain ain't making sense. I'm gonna read that later. Why did that not work? Two less packs, 2 more boars? No, you need new food types, because then the boars just make certain other civs worse. You just need new food types. Pigeon Pro Scout? Bro, what the what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, psycho? Like, duck. Duck is the one. Duck is delicious. Shredded duck. You always choose the shredded duck. All right, Sacred Grove time. We've got Byzantines versus Chinese. Two very different approaches. So, I'm kind of like, I mean, I want more content, so I'll cheer on be on that one. But also because this is Pro Scouts via Screw Pro Scouts, and I respect that. B has been very fixated on like this belief of Screw Pro Scouts for some time, and I respect it. Believe you're trying to eat the pigeon, man. I mean, I've never tried to consume pigeon. I've heard very mixed things about. I think someone says super greasy. So I don't know. Oh man, dude, my stomach hurts so much. Dude, everything is like dead. Like we got oh yeah, we got push up cam time. With my dirty ass floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, dude, that hurt. That actually really hurt. I've been feeling rough. What's up, Mark Meadows? When does Anno 117 embargo end? Like, when can people start upgrading to tier 4? When the game comes out. So we didn't want to spoil it for everyone, so we the final tier is like one that we're not looking at intentionally. So you guys have some content. So shout out to the devs, they were very thoughtful with that, like, making sure we didn't just reveal everything. I raised them too much? No, I didn't. Considering before now, someone has started redeeming that, and it's led to 15 more people redeeming the push-up counter in a row within 3 minutes. I definitely did not raise that too much. It sounds, Connor, like you just don't watch enough. That's a you problem. Also, if you're subscribed, you would get additional points. Dem solutions are there. Oh. Johan, why are you doing this to me? You know what? Screw you, Johan. I was thinking about asking about making some EU5 content. Now I'm not interested. You know what, Johan? You're making an enemy of one of the few creators that understands the plights of developers and tries to be on your side. From now on, screw it. Devs are assholes. You know what? You guys, you have the easiest job, whatever. You just sit in an office, playing a game early, telling us not ready to release yet, giggling to yourself like, it's still not ready. Oh, we haven't done it yet. When really it's been ready the entire goddamn time. You just don't want to release it yet because you're milking that salary instead of giving us the goodliness. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. Wait, have I got it set up right? No, I need to put the score the other way around. The meta. The meta never changes. Every day, someone just wants to deer. And today, Vortex is the one trying to kill Bambi's mum. Can B be our silent protagonist here to protect the deer? Let's find out as we head into Sacred Grove, because he will need to if he wants to stay alive in the midweek muster. That's right, folks. Byzantines versus Chinese on Sacred Grove. You might remember this map. It's been a while. Nice to have it back, actually. It's a little bit unfortunate that Pro Scouts hasn't been nerfed into the ground because it is a map that still feels very good for Pro Scouts. Which is why I'm curious to see what B is going to be up to here. Coming into this map, he had some choices. He had Ottomans, Ivids, Byzantines. He always knew we would be at this point. He always knew that something was going to go wrong here, surely, because he had Malians, he had Shushi, even Delhi, and they've all been picked already. Was this just a misdraft, or is B a secret genius? Well, I gotta say, it would take a genius to overcome China on a map that is inherently pro-scout favored, with a civ that is incredibly powerful, but is inherently not pro-scouts. Yeah, I remember there was like 1 or 2 games where people attempted Byzantine pro-scouts, and it looked... The politest way to put it would be bad. It looked really bad. So it's not really something that's ever been revisited. There's a meme build that you could try, to be fair, which is you can play Byzantines with the Hippodrome. And if you go pro scouts, your scouts can then be warriors because they do 5 damage while the buff is active instead of 1. But you may have noticed I used the word meme build there, and I really do mean it. I would not recommend trying it in tournaments, but do try it on the ladder. You'll have fun with it. B got massacred in the Gamba. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's China on this map. It's not quite Baldland, but you get the idea. Actually, like, Baldland would have been better for Byzantines. Hold on. I don't think that's ever guaranteed, is it? No, I'm pretty sure the berry spawn this type was never a guaranteed thing, but that is crazy. What? Folks, there actually might be hope for B. He gets the double berry winery on the edge of his base. Cha-ching. We are in business. And yeah, I know Vortex has these kind of berries, so like in fairness, it's mirrored correctly, but I'm pretty sure from what I remember of Sacred Grove, you don't always get this type of spawn. Right? It could be a berry here and then a berry over here. That's kind of sick. I mean, for anyone who's like, I can't believe the RNG on this. Look, Vortex has China. If you get China, your opponent's allowed to have some RNG. So a lot of mercs to work with. We're probably still going to be looking at Lombos here. You could consider Javelins, but the problem is your opponent's definitely going to be opening for Pro Scouts, and if he does that, he's going to Horseman anyway. I don't know, the more I watch Byzantine games, the more I find it even harder and harder to ever justify Javelins over Lombos. Especially considering most of the strategies nowadays revolve around the idea of getting to Castle Age. And if your goal truly is just to get to Castle Age, not to win a feudal, Javelins actually lose a lot of their value. Because Lombos scale a lot better into the 3rd Age. I didn't... Wait, why was he on that tree? Wait, what? Oh, that's scuff pathing. So they started on this tree, and then for the one that was on the right here, this tree is obviously closer. So he just ran really far out there. Set another lumber camp now, though. Vortex. Let's go start spamming the scouts. Yeah, I've been thinking about asking Caillou to update this map and remove one of the deer stacks for each side. And then add in maybe extra berries. That could be quite interesting, actually. Or maybe just like 3 deer stacks instead of 4. And add in an extra berry stack for each side. Because then, we might actually have a map that doesn't just always get this. Okay, so Limitane, we're now going to get the revelation of probably Lombos here. Horseman from Vortex, as expected. and archer follow-up. So pretty much everything you want to see. China can be really bullyish if they just spam out lots of archers now because of the blacksmith timings as well. And by the way, everyone's within their right to shame him, okay? Because we know he subs to other channels, so... yeah. Don't give him any mercy anymore. And it is Western. Okay. Now, my only concern here is, like, if it's obvious that your goal is to just tech, then your opponent can just tech as well. And China can tech very fast. It's the build speed, it's the extra resources, the pro scouts. So I wouldn't be surprised to see B just kind of gung-ho send it. We've got a decent Limitane blob. First Lombo group has been queued up. Is there any There is. Okay, that's very interesting. This Sipahi. Sipahi could be pretty good here. It's not the worst idea in the world to actually extend out their assistance and then just drop a mercenary house. But hold on. What? Oh, the greed. Vortex, he was honed in on that heavily injured worker. I think there's another one that's half HP, but he didn't change targets. So, he able to dodge a bullet there. Keeps all workers alive. Might want to consider adding an outpost now. This area is very naked, very blind. So it's easy to get caught off guard by that. I was surprised he hadn't done it already. Vortex. We're probably going to be looking at the Steel Arrow timing now. Or is he just going to go for a strap tech? I mean, considering he's got 18 on food, and the amount of gold and taxation he's getting, it's starting to look like it's meant to just be a tech play. But like with 451 gold, that's the convincing detail. The problem is the food is just so far behind. And there you go. Steel Arrow is going to come in. Yeah, it's like the more archers you add in, the harder it is to not do. Because you just made, every single time you make an archer, you've made Steel Arrow a little bit better. And it is quite important here because it allows you to keep pace with the Lombo count. Because yes, the archer's designed here to kill the Limitane, but it's also really good against the Lombo. Love this from B, just going for the complementary combo. Started with the Spearman, of course, but goes back for the Horseman, which we normally see with Lombo play. B. No, he had the idea at the wrong moment. That scout, though. Oh, my God. That repro on the scout was huge there. He produced a scout at that very moment. It gave him the early warning to get away there. Unfortunately, he didn't hang around to see that. The archers reveal. B, he needs to either go deeper or go home. Because right now, this is now doing nothing. Vortex, he is going to bring it all home. It makes sense now, though, because of the gaps in gathering and the fact that, like, B's moved all the way upfield, you can just sandwich him. He's trying to mirror the reinforcements, but it's difficult to do. Lombos are slower. These Lombos, they're very slow to get kills here. 3 rounds of attacks, it seems like, to get an archer kill. The backstab now coming on in. The Horsemen clear the fields. Archers are going to go down. Limitane can now just be easily picked apart. Great strike there by Vortex, and it looks like he's on the verge of punching that ticket into Grand Finals. For B, it starts to feel like the draft just unraveled here. We talked about this final pick. I mean, it was a sick round one respawn, but he missed a key detail on the outpost. Maybe it would have worked. Against China, it always just kind of feels like a long shot. Which is funny, really, because there was a time when Byzantines had China's number time and time again in competitive. No longer the case. Pure pass now on the way. B, no way out of this. This is over. And what is up, Avar? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. A prime sub? Wow. What is that? Is that thing that doesn't cost you a single buck extra? It's just sitting there and you shouldn't just let it sit there, because otherwise you give Amazon, a giant multi-billion company, more money. Smart lad. Smart lad. I'm not really going to make Vortex a multi-billionaire for the KPMMs, but I'm definitely making him richer with these. He just keeps on turning up like this. He has proven that he's not unslayable, though, after that first game being dropped to B, but that's like that, man. Been clean running. Last week, if I remember correctly, it was actually complete clean running, not a single game dropped. B, of course, will being his last game of the midweek muster, he's going to try. His only play, really, I'd say, is to get out of this age. He's trying to play full feudal, but B has been like this recently, where he'll just double down on feudal when the going gets rough to try and get out the other side. And I kind of understand the logic, like more better. You know, quantity is quality. Well, you know it's bad when this is happening. B, he's rushing out on a deer. Come on. Oh, that's the tip off. To tip the scales. Worst horseman reacted to better horsemen. The villagers will shivs out. Okay, he's gone. He's done. GG. Vortex with the 3-1 victory. Get back it with our deer. Oh, bless him. So, we have our first grand finalist. It is going to be the return of Vortex into grand finals. Up next, we've got Numidan versus Lucifer. In fact, I believe the draft just got posted to me. Look at that. Fluid efficiency of series. So, no Lancaster, surprise, surprise. I wonder why. What was the score between B and Anatand? B 3-0'd him. Anna got wiped. And oh god, no. How is China just getting through like this, man? This can't keep happening. Alright, bear me a sec, guys. Just setting everything up. I need to get some caffeine. No, we don't love to see Chinese. Broken Civ. Oh, that hasn't got much in it. Probably shouldn't be having caffeine when I'm ill, but... What, nerf Lancaster in the DLC patch? I don't expect them to, because I think it's just like... Usually, a lot of developers' approaches is they don't like to nerf things when they're adding new things, necessarily. And it kind of makes sense, because like it's very hard to gauge whether the new thing is actually really OP in that situation, you know? Oops, I was about to add a lot of caffeine there. I don't think China can be nerfed. Most obvious thing is around the Imperial officials. They do too much. They should probably be 10, 15, 20%. Alright, here we go. Let's get to it, though. We're in a dark, dark age of Empires 4 right now. The fact that China gets through on every draft because people have to ban Lancaster is not a good place to be. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's time for our second semi-finals of Week 10 of KPMM Season 2. Lucifer has got the Chinese. Numidan is going to have to find a way to solve it with a tally. Okay, so was this expected? Looking at the draft, there was Japan, French, Yon, Mongols, Ottomans. It's possible that Numidan thought he was either going up against French or Japanese. Then again, it could just be that he kind of sees it's not necessarily as a throwaway civ, but like a median of the pack. Because he still has the Byzantines, still has the Malians, still has HRE and Shushi. Lancaster S-tier Civ, they always were. Same with China. China and Lancaster are the only true S-tier Civs right now. Then just below them, you'd put Byzantines and Japan, and then Delhi. And then below that, you'd probably be looking at stuff like Shushi, comes to mind at that stage, HRE, French. Actually, sorry, I forgot about Malians. Malians has been interesting, actually. I think Malians has been getting better and better with every week. These sofa builds have been looking so good. You say something blasphemous? Well, you're going to anyway. You've been playing both AOM Gauntlet and the new Alexander DLC for AoE2, and I've been enjoying them way more than 4. That's because we need more content like that. See, what's going to happen is you're going to be here in 2 weeks saying something less blasphemous when you've played the Gauntlet mode that's coming to Age of Empires 4. And then you're going to be like, wow, KP's a genius. He predicted the future. I should be subscribed on all channels to him. Okay, so what's the sheep all look? Ooh. What? Okay, Numidan just... He dropped the ball, man. He's playing Delhi. He only has 12 sheep. And Lucifer has 20. Is he going to make up for it? He's not. No, Numidan, he got outscoured. Big time. Yeah, this is pretty rough. Like, you're meant to have a bit of an advantage as Delhi, because you don't have to drop your sheep off. China is still considered the best because they have better vision on their scout, but that's a pretty big difference. I'm going to finish at, what, 22 maybe? Yeah, it's going to be 22. 23, rather. Oh my god, Lucifer with 23 sheep to 40. Great start to the game for him. Why did Lancaster have to be banned? Because the Lord of the Lancaster strat is just too good right now. It's very, very hard to beat them. Especially with certain maps in the map pool. Like, for example, next week we're not going to have Cliffside, because I think Cliffside is, haha, not the cliffhanger it used to be. That map, if you get Lancaster in a draft, that map is almost an auto win, if you know how to execute. Okay, so tech up complete. Pro Scout should be coming in momentarily. I wonder, what could Numudan do here? Like, you're probably going to begin, yeah, Ghazi, and then follow up Spears, maybe? Which then will force Horseman Archer as a reaction. Because the fort here is, like, what Delhi could be really good for is the deal locations. Most of them are central bound. So if you kind of get a chokehold over this area, which you want to have anyway because of the sacred sites, you can stop pro scouts, with the exception of the back deers. The back deers are going to be the thing that will give Lucifer on the booster to still think about things like castle age play. Yeah, once Lancaster has had the feudal lords readjusted, I think they won't be as much of a problem. I still think, like, ideally, long-term, the solution with Lancaster is they need to completely rethink the mana system. The mana system is not good for the state of AoE 4. Alright, so first the Ghazi on the way. And the goal with this is, like, if you get Rupp in his face, you can probably force him to transition into something he doesn't want to. There you go. He's going for already spears. So this does open the door for Ghazi archers, which I really like for Numidan. Curious what World to Edge is going to do to adjust the laws of Lancaster. That's pretty easy. You either make them less tanky or make them less DPS-y. I'd say you make them less DPS-y, just keep them tanky. So reduce their damage down to like 8, but have them still have 230 HP. Then you don't lose their identity, they don't die too easily. It solves all the problems, really. Like, if you want to be more reserved, you can make it 10 damage. But, like, right now it's at 16. It's just ridiculous. No, you wouldn't have to buff them. They're fine. Because they're still providing a 5% health increase aura per one existing for, like, all of your units. And they also still have 230 HP. So they're not bad if you make that change. They're just not ridiculous. Lucifer, he's like, well, this is ridiculous. I'm going for the deer. All right, north side one we talked about. This is a get out of jail free card. Numidan knows about it but can't contest it. He also has problems of his own. The horseman did catch him going out for the first sacred site. So great find there by Lucifer. Pro Scouts incentivizes going out the map, which I think is healthy. That is a incorrect perception of the game. Pro Scouts doesn't actually incentivize coming out on the map. It does the opposite if you think about it. So, if we were to buff Boar's gathering rate tomorrow, that would incentivize coming out on the map. But Pro Scouts being meta doesn't actually encourage you coming out on the map. Look at what Lucifer's doing right now. Is this coming out on the map? Or is this going into your base? It's not what you think. Like, a lot of people try to justify Pro Scouts meta at first. I'm like, yeah, this is great. Because, like, yeah, you know, you have to be present. It's like, well, not really. Loosely, sure, but not in the way that people envisioned. I think Pro Scouts is still way too safe. But that can be fixed by just introducing new things on map. And yeah, we talked about manners before. Manners should be a case of, like, you have to build them out in fields where they're not surrounded by anything, for example, and then you generate more resources, stuff like that. There's loads of ways they could do to make it less ridiculous. So who's winning this right now? Numidan. I mean, he's got a good amount of Ghazi. Archer count may feel a little bit low here, though. Lucifer is coming in from behind with his own archers. Yeah, but the thing is, Delhi are one of the best civs at scaling in feudal. Do you want to know what the civs are that can actually contest that? It's China. China are actually really good at contesting that because of their supervision. They can vomit out a lot of units as well. You're seeing it already as he's keeping pace. Need to move the wall up, though. That's double sacred site. He could try to edge towards castle now. Actually might be his best shout. Taxes are fun? No, they're not. I should know. You might not have to pay each year. If I didn't have kids, I would have just moved to a cheaper country by now. And so much for the wall. Oh no! The horseman, Numidan wasn't looking. They already got on top of him. The spearman coming in now as well. That's a disaster of a fight for Numu. Oh my god, he was not expecting him to just run around like that. Archers are all gone now. Only 3 remain against this many spears. That's a big no-no. Ghazi can't win that. Lucifer, with just one move, unravels an even game completely. Unfreaking believable. Single side's now being decapped. He's going to take the north side one as well. And I mean, I don't know if Numudan was originally considering going towards castle or just a flow of resources, but now he just kind of looks stuck. What's my plan for DLC release? Will Midweek Muster be on per usual? So I'm still trying to figure that out. I think we'll probably look to just have Midweek Muster run and say the hell of it, or we'll create a different version of like, you know, Midweek Muster or something similar for the release week. So still figuring those details out. It would help if we got some communications from the devs though. So like, if I have info from the devs, I can start planning things. You know, communication is key. And Pro Scouts wasn't the thing that just made China problematic. China was already problematic when they made the change to make the Imperial Academy produce officials cheaper. You don't have to take my word for that. You can literally just ask like any top pro, they'll agree on that. That's when it began. It began before the Pro Scout meta. It began half a year before the Pro Scout. But I literally have interviews where you just hear from like someone like Puckpour saying, yeah, China's pretty broken. Just gonna wait for the upgrades to come through before he just goes in for the killing blow. Numidan, he is looking for the age up. House of Learning. It's gonna take him a little bit of time here though. With only 8 scholars, it's not gonna be a quick unlock. Really forcing the flash. Only thing not vetted here. Spears. But they're just trash throwaways. I mean, the Ghazi will actually die to archers and horsemen that are vetted up at this stage. Outpost's about to go down. Numudan, he knows there's nothing left. He hasn't got enough time. GG comes through. Game number 1. China OP. Let's mark that one up on the board. Good old Lucifer front. Get ready for the next one. Next up, it's going to be Japan versus Byzantines. Okay, this is like one of Numi's best civs. He's really good on Byzantines. One sec. This should give me a second so I can do the bracket. Is it normal to have a week off between seasons? Not necessarily a week. I can't remember if it's always a week. Yeah, 2 to 3 days sounds more correct. So there's a break, but not that long of a break. Ooh. So we had a 3-1 between B and Vortex. Dude, I'm like half with it, half not. List most expensive units in AV4, highest to lowest top 10. Well, you do it yourself. Like, what? Great Bombard's the most expensive unit? No? I'm pretty sure. And then straight after that, it'd be Tower of the Sultan. Because Great Bombard's 1250, Tower of Sultan's 1000. Then you've got Tower Elephant. And then you've got War Elephant. Oh, sorry, we've got Siege, didn't we? The Mangonel would be more than the... Wait, is it more than War Elephant or the same? And then what else is there? Oh, sorry, I forgot about the normal Bombards. Yeah, sorry, normal Bombards alongside the Tower Sultan. Like, a lot of it is Siege, actually. It's Great Bombard, Tower Sultan, Bombard, Cannon, Culverin. All the Dragon Knights. All the Dragon Knights are for 80. They're a lot lower down the list. So Tower Elephants is higher. And then War Elephants, I believe, is still higher. And then you get towards... Oh, yeah, Bao Chuans. Ugh. They're like... Is it 700? Or 600? They're 600. Yeah, so like boats on water cap out at 600. So land siege is still more. Like it's siege, basically siege, and there's a combo of like elephants and the tier 4 boats. Not bad off the top of my head, though. And then counters are 360, whereas Gilded Knights are 480. And stupidly enough, Gilded Knights are not worth that at all. Ever. Hot day. Don't forget Reboldiquins as well. Whoop, whoop. Alright, here we go. Welcome back to the channel, folks. This man is something of a monster when it comes to the Byzantines. It's Numidan, and he needs to be a monster when he's up against this guy right here. Lucifer on the Japanese. In the green, and it is going to be a Dark Age Rax opening. Oof, Nimu. He is at least thinking the right way here as well. It is going to be an immediate play onto the berries, but this is good. Dude! Oh my god. This is why Byzantines on Gorge is such a coin flip. I don't think I'd even tempt it. That's rough. This is exactly the type of spawn that makes you have PTSD as a Byzantine player. Berries, gold, and stone all on the front side of your base on the same screen. This is not going to be a fun game for Numidan, is it? Like, honestly, I wouldn't have blamed him if he just actually straight up went for an outpost here at the start. He's Lucifer, mate. He's like, this is one of those classic, look, if you ain't going to plant a flag in it, I will. I've seen the second and third berries. Yeah. Doesn't really get better. Meanwhile, Lucifer, this played out perfectly. Like, talk about a bad spawn for Biz, a better one for Japan. Not only did Biz get a terrible spawn, but because Lucifer got 4 berries, it meant that he had this very fluid move of walk out, build the racks, walk out, farmhouse, eat berries. So no wasted time at all. So it's going to be 3 spears and he's going to stop, which makes sense. Going for an outpost rush here can backfire really easily. For a start, your opponent's already on berries, which means you forced him off track of what he really wants to do anyway. But the other thing is, if you now go for an outpost, it gives him a value point to contest. Akrotoy into a villager pull, you're going to lose an outpost. Why can't Byzantines start making Limitane? They're too expensive. You pay 10 resources more than anyone else does for their spear, bar Marlians. But your cost compared to Marlians even is very different. So the problem is, not only are you paying 10 resources more than standard spear cost. That wouldn't be too bad because you get more health, 10 more health. The problem is you're using food to do so. And food is your limiting factor. So normal spears feel a lot better because they're 25% wood, 75% food. Whereas with Limitane, they're like 85% food, 15% wood. It burns through this vital resource way too fast. Remember, guys, like, food is the difficult thing to get to next after the sheep run out. Hippodrome coming through now for Numu. This front. Still gathering whatever sheep he can find. In fact, oh, he cut part of the map. I think Numidan checked his opponent's side first. So, yeah, Lucifer may have been able to snatch away there. 14 sheep to 11 so far. Looks like Numidan actually might get the better side of scouting. I'm trying to figure out like how this doesn't just feel like pain for Numu. So Lucifer's opening, like, are we probably looking at, what, a play into Horseman of your own? It sounds really weird until you realize that actually Japan has an extra melee tech and abandonment. So while your opponent can temporarily get +4 damage on the Horseman, you can permanently get +2.5 damage on your Horseman. Long term, it's a lot better. You just have to be careful the first fight. Like, if Numidan wants to feel advantageous in a pony-on-pony fight, he needs to get an overwhelming win in the first engagement. I think Byzantines would be a top 2 free see if they can be attacked during the Dark Age. I mean, they already are like a potentially a top 3 see. You know, like the obvious first and second is Lancaster, China. But then you're going to ask 10 players and probably get 3 different answers for third place. And those would be Byzantines, Japanese, and I'd probably say Malians, actually, with the amount of priority Malians has been getting at the moment. Oh, completely on the other side. Numidan is going to arrive onto the gold. Just for some idle time. Honda status of spin been already in. Lucifer, final haul, 14 sheep to 14. So balanced perfectly. Maybe Shushi better than Biz and take third. Nah, I don't think so. I think Shushi's somewhere like 5th now. They're good. They have their place. Like, Byzantine slots into a lot more spaces than Shushi do. Obviously, this is always going to be dependent on map pool. Like, if you've got a map pool that is very good for deer-based maps, then sure, Shushi's going to rank higher. That's a given. That's like that's like going onto a map that has no berries and going, well, Abbasis is worse than Roose here. It's like, yeah. About Imperial Academy, they just don't hit the same as China. It's not really just that. The bigger problem for Shushi is without the Imperial Academy detail, if you think about it, Shushi's options in the game are a lot more predictable than China's. China's very good at multiple options, whereas Shushi's like, well, I'm either chooging you, I'm pro-skying, or maybe I'm doing like a weird super fast castle with the shallow monks. But like 80% of the time, 85% of the time, I'm going to be pro-skying. Whereas China, I can more realistically see them going between pro-scout or going archer all-in, or like archer delay pro-scout, or horse spear into delay pro-scouts. Like, there's a lot of different things. Balance is clearly very good if there's 6 or 7 different civs being argued as top 3. But I don't think there is. I legit think there is like 3 options probably coming in there. Obviously, everyone has their different opinions. But like, if I don't think balance is that good if China and Lancaster are very clearly number 1 and 2. Would be my counter argument. Balance is very good when you're like, oh wow, there's like 5 different civs that people think is number 1, and there's like 5 different civs that everyone thinks is number 16 or whatever. Yeah, it's like, I mean, this is a good game to talk about balance like that as well, because these are the 2 civs that just wiggle their way through the drafts, but they are considered to be of that tier. You know, these like, you know, I always say that people's their S tier classing on the tier list is completely wrong, because like your S tier in a tier list should only be the civs that will always be banned. So that's Lancaster and China. But I see people sliding like Byzantines or Japan in there. That doesn't make sense. So like these two civs are golden A tier civs. They are like the ones that will always be desirable and picked quite early in the draft. That's coming in. And we are getting Lucifer leaning into that horseman wave we talked about. Yeah, there's longbows coming from Numu, and because of the Limitane, Lucifer might need to consider something else. But this is really cool. Remember, because of the melee techs and the abandonment effect, you can essentially have like a mini Hippodrome buff at all times. While Numudan has to be very careful to not misuse his Hippodrome effect, otherwise it could just lose him the game. This is always the scary part. You know, it's like, it's cool, maybe in theory, to have the nuclear launch codes, but no one wants to press that big button. Because it could be your destruction or your opponent's. Kind of surprised, actually, that Numidan's been able to spread out like this, by the way. This is a really good sign for him. He's already connecting to the back corner berries. And the forward ones. Like, he's... There isn't really much that's going bad for him right now, I'd say. I'm actually quite impressed, but things may change soon. Castle Age is just around the corner for Lucifer. Yeah, so although it looks bleak for a moment, he's going to have a huge advantage on castle timing. Not just that. Where's the wheelbarrow? Numu. Numu-san, not like this. I mean, you built a mill straight away. No wheelbarrow. Cardinal sin there. It's lucky it's only going to be one loss. But it might quickly turn to more. Lucifer now ready to age up. Floating gate should be coming in. There it is. Stable's already dropped next to it. He's prepping arch range as well. Could be that he's going to be switching over to Yumi with the Yorishiro, but I'd say you go Mount Samurai here. Just feels a lot better to get more heavy cav out sooner in the castle. And then you just come in from behind skinning archers, because archers are going to be necessary here against the Limitane. Yumi now looking to return some pain. These are your favorite civ? You didn't want to play them because they were complicated? Like, and be honest, do you feel like they're that complicated? Because I'm not even sure I say they're that complicated. Like, I think there's a lot of civs that have this facade of being complicated, but they're not necessarily any more complicated than other simple civs. You just follow a basic build order to get you online, and then follow to read some tabs, and you're good to go. Numidan read this right. Has he got the timing here? He's going to try to push into this. Arrowslit's coming through. Fortification, remember, reduces the damage done via torches. Just good timing there to break away. Yeah, caught Numidan not looking, so there was no attempt to grab. Outpost is going to go down. Lucifer may have made a slip up here, actually. Oh, no. He did it right. He Yorishiro the archer range. However, he doesn't have enough gold for veterans. That is a problem here. So he had the right idea, but he doesn't have the economy to now leverage that idea fully. That's worrisome. He has at least got the Umabanum and the upgrades for free over here, but like my big concern is like you're now in Castle Age without a real Castle Age here. But hold on. Lucy just got out on the gold. Yeah, he crept out there. Wait, was that blind? Oh my god, that was blind. He didn't know. He was looking for it. He knew there had to be one, but he didn't know where it was. Numidan, however, is not checking it. No, he's just camping the one gold. I mean, technically he's camping 3 gold, so I get the idea, but not sending a single soul to check this feels like a big oversight. Why wouldn't you do it? I think Numidan, maybe his chief concern here is if he sends someone over there, then this group of cavalry could just kill whatever comes over there. So you have to send a lot or none at all. Front now, as a result of that, he has veterancy for Yumi. These guys start to hurt, even the horsemen. They're at 7 base damage already, and that's without abandonment. Once they get abandonment, these horsemen are going to melt. Numidan not hanging around long. Rand Winery may not be here to buff him up on the olive oil income for mercs. The next landmark will. Yeah, Golden Horn Tower should be coming in momentarily. Reminder, with level 5 Cistern, that's going to give him a free merc every 1.5 minutes. So 5 longbows every 1.5 minutes. It's a pretty good deal. Like this landmark, it's kind of insane when you watch how quickly Byzantines builds up an army in castle with this thing. Like, I've tried to emphasize it more and more in cast recently because it's the type of thing that you kind of just double take with your head. Like, wait, what? Like, you looked away for 3 minutes. You're like, wait, what? His army's how big now? Huh? How? I assume Lucifer knows this is happening. There's no other reason Numidan wouldn't be up in his face still. So he just reallocates onto his primary gold, backs off from the risky gold. And that's preferable anyway. I mean, this area is nice for the berries and the boar, but ideally you want to be playing to the west side, where there's deer, and there's the 8k bin. Numidan Good job keeping eyes on things there. Numidan will be able to dodge the raid. Yep, finals are always played on a Thursday. Do I think customer will ever be fixed so that discovered resources don't disappear off map? Probably not. What, you mean when you fog like this? Is that what you're talking about? I've given up expecting things to be fixed for the customer, which is kind of depressing. Maybe not able to shut him out, but my concern now is if you're busy defensively reacting like this, does Lucifer now not just get the relics? Maybe out from now. Maybe the third one coming home. Fourth, actually, when you think about how close this one already is. So, really not much for Numidan to get here. Already forced onto Deer just to compete as he's got Cataphracts coming through. Now, Cataphracts actually, oddly enough, folks, can beat Mad Samurai. I've noticed that recently. They do reasonably well in that contest. Obviously very expensive by comparison. They talk about a 240 resource unit, sorry, 250 versus 330. Denial temporarily on the relic, but still not going to change the inevitable outcome here. We are looking at 4 relics, and we are looking at a man who might just pull the trigger on Imperial Age. What? He's sitting on 1,500 food at this point. It's an interesting idea. You know, you get Tanagashi from a gunsmith sooner. It means you get 3 units sooner. Although those units have less value, because hand cannoneers into longbow mass doesn't usually end well. Then again, these aren't Imperial longbows. They're only castle longbows. And looks like he will at least deny that. So that's one relic going back the way of Numu. Unfortunately, because he didn't go Grand Winery, he can't even garrison that one relic to get a bit more olive oil. The good news, though, is like we're scaling to a point now where the Hippodrome becomes quite handy for the Cataphracts. Plus 4 damage of the Catas, not to mention the extra movement speed, does give them quite a bit of punch in a big fight. Yeah, I think you have like one big use here, and then it can sometimes be scary because of the tickets and the way they work. Like you either have to wait 30 seconds to generate, or 25 to wait seconds to generate a ticket, or you have to get killed. What is interesting, folks, is actually Byzantines were perceived to be very effective with Hippodrome against this Civ because of the trash mobs. Remember what I just said there? You generate a ticket for the Hippodrome for a kill. It doesn't matter what you're killing. You could be killing a scout, you could be killing a mangonel. They'll both generate the same amount of tickets. So why that's important is Yumi. Yumi are trash throwaway units. They only cost 60 resources each. They're meant to die fast. The trade-off of that, of course, is if they're dying quickly, then you're getting a lot of ticket charges as Byzantines. Which is pretty good for him, considering the amount of cataphracts he's got coming. Yeah, 13 and scaling. He's about, at this rate, he might end up with more catas than Mad Samurai. Lucifer has something to say about that. He did just reinvest. Extra farms now coming in. Base looking mine a bit clustered. Wait, you didn't know you get tickets from killing units? There you go, buddy. I love how... Okay, so here's the thing. In 2026, when Kilyardi is, like, winning everything, I think we get him to agree here and now that 10% of his earnings go to me. I feel like so often he comes through here. And I love the honesty of like, oh, I didn't know that. So yeah, with the Hippodrome, it says right here, if you kill units, you get more tickets. That's why in the late game, Hippodrome, if you keep remembering to use it, is pretty good. Because in the late game, it's just lots of units dying. Right? It's just a mosh pit of death. haven't been playing aggressive enough. It's tricky to play aggressive enough in, like, feudal and early castle, though, right? Because the idea is, like, you're dealing with a lot of premium units that are expensive to lose. So, like, the idea of losing a knight each to gain 1 second isn't good. But yeah, when you're up against trash armies, it's super effective. And with these tickets, remember, it's to activate the Triumph. So you get the +4 damage, the extra movement speed, and healing on your cav. Which is going to be super effective here. I mean, he's capped out. Like, he should really be using it at this point. Nimu, come on. Press the play to win button. Sorry, press the win button. Actually, you have to buy them. So yeah, pay to win button. Almost pressing up. I mean, this is looking good for Numidan. It's actually crazy. Like, he's got more military, and all of it is better. You know, you're talking about expensive bow versus cheap bow. You're talking about expensive heavy cav versus slightly above average cost heavy cav. Lucifer now to Onimusha. Against Lombos, this is difficult, actually. Dive underneath the TC. He's going to idle out. Numidan will have to back off, though, because wait a second. Wait a second. The raids. Oh, my God. Lucifer. The balls on this man. When being dove in the main, he goes on the flanks. Unbelievable, Lucifer. Look at the worker lead. Numidan having to tuck tail and run. Numidan, who still has not remembered this pun. What? It's been sitting there the entire game unpressed. Triumph at any moment here. Oh, I can't believe this. Has he actually forgotten about it? After I said it was one of his best civs as well. Like this, to die like this. Blood Samurai now into the tree line. Numidan about to get cut down by another 8. He needs some kills in response. And there it is. He knows the button. The way. Triumph activated. But will it be triumphant or defeated? Mushing through. Yumi just getting squashed below the cav. Onimusha have been ignored, though the Lombos should really be target firing there. He's starting to club down some workers, so finally some return fire here. Lucifer isn't even pulling the workers away from this. Trample just came off cooldown. He could go again. Triumph, it still has 10 seconds left. The dive continues. He's hanging out underneath the primary TC. This is absolute chaos from both. Onimusha are finally being taken out. Both sides reduced heavily on the count in military, but Lucifer remains firm with an eco lead. A noteworthy one at that, even against Systems. When you add in the relics, there's no doubt about it that Lucifer has more. I don't know about these type of fights. Cataphracts. Numu. He's just got to get used to the instinctual nature of using the trample there. Trample would have got him out of that surround straight away. In fact, Cataphracts are the hardest cavalry unit to surround for that reason. If you could find this, it'd be a miracle turnaround opportunity maybe, but doesn't seem like he will. No, these sprint outposts keep him away. Keep him at bay. Similar idea of building something against the edge of the map, but this one is not economically beneficial. It's a castle drop to anchor him. Well, Lucifer scales more workers. It's unfortunate for him. He took back earlier. Like when he initially dove, he just activated the Triumph, what he might have been able to do here. Instead, it's hard to see a world in which Lucifer doesn't come out with a win now. 20 worker lead. And Nimu, look at the income levels, man. This is horrible. He still keeps getting raided and idled out. Yeah, again. Here you come. Here you go. Here you come. Here you go. There's nothing to get rid of the Mountain Samurai. So there's nothing in Numudan's coffers. Lucifer can't drop a castle? We technically dropped a poor man's castle. Like, this is how Japan says I'm castling. If you do the maths on the cost, it actually adds up. Nice, so Cataphract's able to scare away the last of these Mount Samurai, but one of the big scary things here for Numu is, like, he hasn't got good olival income. And he lost all of his longbows, so he's replacing from scratch. And remember before I said this wasn't a good look list from going to Onimusha when there's that many longbows. Now there isn't. So now Onimusha is actually like a free win. Onimusha are usually very difficult to justify when your opponent's range comp. But here, it's as easy as can be. Fablob's leaving on a jet plane? What the hell? He didn't even give me notice fired now, kid. Have fun, bud. Okay, so he knows about the castle. This is like the only place on the map that Numidan is safe. Problem with that is that these 3 sacred sites are nowhere near that one safety location. And also, Lucifer, he's got a lot of wood, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him dropping like 10, 20 more farms soon. Got ridiculous quantities of wood here. So I think it's been this tree line that's overburdening him there. But he can just add in farms here if he wants to keep it simple. Not efficient. Like, preferably you want them around the primary TC. But we can see he doesn't really have much room for that. He's trying to find room to negotiate it. And there's 5 tickets in the Hippodrome. Because Numidan has actually been kind of using it a lot, I guess? I don't know. This is over, though. This Cyber Clash, like, Triumph isn't going to save you. 5 seconds of Triumph is going to lead you to defeat. Lombos come out into a mess. They're, at this point, wishing they could refund their existence. Lucifer will extend his lead. Numidan, for a moment, looked like he had the perfect solution. The perfect timing. But Lucifer reminds us where he thrives best as a raider. So, best of 5. At least one more game to come, but that's going to be a 2-0 lead now. That game might be uploadable, actually. I'm going to call him. We lost the codes for Byzantine's nukes. Oh, Byzantine super weapon. And he lost the button. There you go. That's the one. That's a good one. Just tuned in as this loser bracket. Didn't Lucy lose? What are you talking about? Lucifer lose what yesterday? We don't have a losers bracket. We're single elim. Right there. We do have a third place matchup, which will be between B and quite possibly Numidan at this rate tomorrow. Yeah, I'm like, what you talking about, Willis? So next game, we're going to have Sacred Grove. It's going to be Malians versus Ottomans. In some ways, a good situation because Numidan has the Pro Scout Civ, but also a bad situation because historically in the past, Ottomans has done like quite well against Mali. That's right, we don't have Sacred Grove in Cal's UI because he's racist towards maps that I make. Yep, I called him out on it. BC not there in the bracket? Nope. He knows where sign-ups are. But I'm pretty sure he's already talked about this, that he's taking a break from competitive. Because he can't handle the stresses of it. So, let him be. Let him cook. It's a Pro Scouts map. Surely the Pro Scout Civ has to... Oh, okay, it's Lucifer on 2-0 up, and he's Ottomaning into the Malians. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It is time for Sacred Grove. Sacred Grove, a map that has 3 lanes designed to it, but has somehow remained quite pinnacle for Pro Scouting. Makes sense why Numidan would pick Malians here. Lucifer, I wonder if he predicted this with his Ottoman pick. I mean, it could have been that Numidan was going Mali, HRE, or what? Shushi? And he might have hit the jackpot against Mali. I don't know. Like this isn't meant to be anymore. If Numidan just holds on to the wood to build an outpost here, then what made Ottomans strong in this matchup a year or so ago doesn't exist anymore. And what's kind of rough about that is that Lucifer, he didn't go for the military school. He went for the racks. Yeah, so he actively invested here. It's going to feel a bit rough for him because we have indeed got the outpost coming up. So yeah, guys, this has been the golden solution. This has been what's been shutting down aggression onto Malians. Malians are Civ that used to just lose almost outright to Dark Age aggro Civs. Like, we're talking the game could be over in 5 minutes. Now doesn't worry anymore because of this. Good stuff for Numu. How are we looking on predictions? Oh, we didn't pay out yet. Lucifer on for game 2. Mods, if you can get that set up. Thank you, thank you. Maybe a little bit greedy, actually. He needed to roll 2 onto the outpost earlier. Should be good enough to get him there now, though. Yeah, it's just annoying because this is a lot of idle time with the shuffle around. But next up, there's the mill drop. So the idea with this is you pull a sheep over. Usually most players will just drop some of the sheep off. And he has got them come back anyway. But wait, what? Okay, so he doesn't want to have 4 out there. I mean, 2 should be good enough. Basically, the thing here, why you want to do this, you need at least a villager or 2 here. So that when the dive comes in, they jump in the outpost, and they can then hit the spearmen while protecting themselves. Otherwise, if you put an outpost here, and then walk back to the TC, nothing happens. You can use your scout like this, but quite often people don't like doing that because they want to know what their opponent's doing. What's interesting in this game, guys, did you notice it? Numidan done double scout. What? Alright, this is sick. This is really cool, guys. This is an underrated move for Malians because Malians produce scouts quicker. A lot quicker, in fact. A standard scout takes 23 seconds to produce. You produce it in 14. So while most civs are giving up over a worker to produce a scout, you're giving up less than 1. That's a huge difference, and Numidan has used it to great effect here. Lucifer only has 3 sheep left, meaning he will likely have to go for Anatolian Hills for his first point, which is a big negative, because if your goal here was to attack, you want to be into something like the imams that give healing. You won't be able to do that. The crazier part is even if he does do Anatolian Hills, Numidan's still going to have more food than him. He's got 19 sheep. It's crazy. No, I thought maybe Numa was going to try to go Pro Scouts, and then Lucifer's spear plan would be good for blocking that. Might be a world where Numu doesn't need to think about Pro Scouts here. And in fairness, that tracks for Malians. A lot of Malian players have shifted away from Pro Scouts back towards traditional Calvin. And it has looked super effective for him. I need to drink more. My throat is really going. Madrasa complete on the other side. So this is at least going to be a stay of execution when it comes to losing on food. Madrasa is going to give him some pump inflation on the berries. Wheelbarrow also on the way, and I mean, he could think about moving out the deer. The problem is, with there already being 2 scouts out, remember these scouts can easily be upgraded into warrior scouts shortly. It's very cheap and very worth it. A reminder, warrior scouts get a huge buff to their damage and also healing compared to standard scouts. Okay, so moment of truth. What are we looking for here? Because you could technically Sofa Archer. I wonder if it's better to just Donzo Archer, though, against Ottomans. Because they want to go Sipahi. That's usually their prerogative. You already have reason to go Archers because they have Spearmen. Like, you could technically just Donzo Sofa, which sounds kind of nuts, but actually super effective. Because the Donzo have the hybrid attacks anyway. But, like, you would... I think there is a risk with doing that, where your opponent just floods a lot of archery. And they just give you this from setting up the military school. So, we've been seeing a lot more of this at the moment. Like, people have been shifting back into maxing out on military schools in the feudal age. Which is intriguing, because you go back a few months, and most players kind of felt like it was trash. It just wasn't worth it. Like, you were sacrificing way too much potential aggro to do this. And yes, I have got... I don't know what it is. A cold doesn't really cover what I've got. I don't get ill often, but when I do, it's usually pretty bad. And considering, like, yesterday I spent most of the day wrapped up in duvets, shivering with a pounding head, it's not been a fun week. Been sick for like 2 months. What are you on about? No, we didn't have, like, we had the whole thing before I went on holiday, but that's because of the root canal thing. That's different. That wasn't the flu. I'm old though? Bro. What is this? He's old though. I bet your ass is like 48. Like, talk about some deflection. Coming in here with your crooked ass bones and your limpy arthritis. You know, you're going to stroll in with your literal stroller and your granny cane and you're going to try to call me old? Really? Alright, so Lucifer is going to be now the Sipahi come through. And yeah, we do have 2K resolution. So there is a reason Numudan's going javelins, and it's because despite the fact he has 2 scouts, he hasn't scouted. There's only one reason you jav, and it's because you think that you're going up against Sipahi Archer, which was the classic. There is 0 archers. I think from Numu's POV, him just building javelins protects his donzos. So even if there aren't archers now, it's justified to make sure there never are archers. And then he just inflates donzo count like crazy. What's weirder, though, is look at what Lucifer's actually doing. I thought this was going to be a big Sipahi wave to shut down the wider pit mines. It's not. He's teching. Yeah, and he's... I don't want to say being completely subtle about it, but I don't think it's been completely apparent to Numu either. What oddity. Archers now? Please tell me that's military school, though. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we've got Drummer Boy plus Archer. Probably looking at Lancer opening, but you're probably going to want an additional stable or 2 for that. And we should begin the Mechamed. You don't really see people going for the Imperial Palace. It's just not very good. It also needs a different name, by the way, because you literally have an Imperial Palace and an Istanbul Imperial Palace. Also, can we just talk about the fact that both of the castle landmarks have Imperial names? Like, why? Like, was the world already not confusing enough with Greenland being icy and Iceland being greeny? And then the devs were like, yeah, let's just do this as well. It's a castle landmark, but we're going to give them Imperial names, even though Imperial Age is after this. Have fun with that one, suckers. Numu is at least close to what he needs for Fulani. Mehmed Castle? Yeah, that sounds fine to me. Mehmed Castle Armory. What's the problem? Mehmed Castle Palace. Makes perfect sense. Why not just call it the Mehmed Armory? I mean, you wouldn't have the cool MIA at that point, granted, but still. While we're at it, why is it called Berkshire Castle? No, I'm British. I can't spit on my own history like that. Actually, I can, but like, that one at least makes sense. It's a literal castle. Seriously, like, oh, it vexes me, man. Anyway, Sipahi gonna be riding in. Numu's starting to stop half for his own tech up. He's marching forward for an attack. Map we're playing on here is Sacred Grove, remember. I thought before about actually thickening these lanes to make them longer. Still unconvinced. I think it works with Sipahi. Ooh, nice hit. Gets one worker kill. Gonna make it a second. Thought about hanging around for the third, but just will get out. Lucifer now already building a worker lead. Numu is about to age up. Some return fire there. Able to find a kill with the jabs, but Men-at-Arms now coming out. Lucifer blobs up the wave to beat everything Numu has. Yeah, 7 Men-at-Arms will beat this down. That's why Numu's just going to back up. Grab Fulani now coming in. You can see that Lucifer is still steering with the remaining Sipahi. Onzos do get auto-fired onto the full HP one, so not great there. And these are now veterans, so 15 damage per strike. 4 hits for a kill on a worker. Pretty good deal. Hello. Gets in again. Lucifer. Well, he could have went for a cheeky fortitude there, but I don't think he wanted to waste them straight away. He's forcing it all the time. He's allowing the army to march across. Tech up has completed. And Numidan adds in a few Lucifari. Not a bad idea here. However, Lucifer, he is responding with archers. So, presumably, he was expecting this response to the Men-at-Arms. That's in the choke point. The javelin assist, it should be a hold for Numidan. But behind this, we've got Relic galore. Lucifer already one home, 2 more being pulled back. These Men-at-Arms are wasting so much of Numidan's time. Yeah, not a good look on the Relic game, actually. Probably 4 Relics go in the way of the Ottomans. Cow count is almost complete, though, so Numidan is going to have a flood timing here. My concern, though, is you're kind of being baited right now. If you go Donzo Muso, you will lose to Springles. This has been empirically proven in a lot of games. Maybe not always Muso Donzos, but the concept of just going melee blob. We've seen a lot of games where Mass Springles just wins recently. And I think one of the best players at showing this off with Ottomans was B. But Lucifer was also up there. I believe that was that not one of the games against Marine Lord? Achery versus Ottomans, if I remember correctly, on Frisian, where he showed you just how easy it can be to destroy melee. Because melee armies have this problem. When they're defending their base, they cluster. Another problem. When they're attacking the enemy base, they cluster. Anytime you cluster is a great moment for Springle play. Because Springles penetrate. So if you have 20 units going down a corridor, you send one big bolt down there, it's going to hit everything in the corridor. Yeah, I think the only thing that's missing for these things at this point is Ragdoll effect. When we add Ragdolls for Springled shots, we've reached peak AoE 4. Okay. Props to Numidan. I thought this was going to be a 4-1 split. It's actually a 3-2. So that improves his position quite a bit. Army size is looking really good. Lucifer, he is also playing riskily out onto resources here. Pretty soon we'll have Sprills with Flame and Bolts. I see no problem. I, for one, welcome our Springall Master because I, for one, don't want to be shot in the face by them. Yeah, everyone always wants to be outraged. No one thinks about how much it's going to hurt when the person that you're outraged at attacks you. Okay? I'm sorry, what? He came out with the relic. He's like, well, I got no other use for you. You stay here in a very dangerous territory and try to pick me up a sacred site. I don't think that's a good idea, but okay. It's amazing the things that people can stupidly be convinced of. Oh, wait, that's right. He's like, it is your destiny. Now, if you use that word, everyone's always on board. Yimu? He's going to idle out the berries. Okay, but Lucifer's now up to 3 Springles. Javelin count is decent, however. Remember, Javelins aren't a bad answer to Springles. So Javs, they have 12 damage. They're going to do about 6. So if you have 15 of them, you'll do enough damage to one-hit kill Springles. So 15, 16 should be the point where you can just very conveniently snipe these out. Gonzo's also, funnily enough, not bad at dealing with Springles from ranged. You can snipe one of them. So yeah, Lucifer definitely has the right idea. It just needs to get more of them. My concern, however, is like, what's his answer going to be against Sofas? Because Numu is scaling Sofa now, and I look at Lucifer's lineup, and I see about as many answers on that sheet to Sofas as I see correct answers on my sheet if I was to do a test on astrophysics. I didn't even see the word correct, so it tells you how bad I'm doing. Astrophysics? I don't know why I'm physics. That was like, that's not even a word. Good old astrophysics. Oh, he does discover the Springall plan early. Who's benefiting more from the slowdown here? I'd say it should be Numudan, as he's able to just get the numbers up quicker with the Fulani. Also, Lucifer's basically out of food. Oi, not just that, he might be out of workers. What? Numudan catches him at the back. Extends the lead. Starts to torch the area. He's put Lucifer in a really hard position now. You're either protecting your wood or protecting your food. You can't easily protect both. Numu really likes to play like this, by the way. I've noticed it recently. As aggressive as he sometimes can be, he's a starver. He likes to starve his opponent out. This is textbook starving. He's like, hey, he's going to run out first. Like, I don't need to worry about going and getting extra resources. He's going to need to. Because I have Cal forever. So many Musafadi. I wish people would use stealth more. Because if you use stealth, you can just run past and body block and then reveal. It's a small micro, but it's actually a really important one. Like, 3 Musafadi get behind these guys. When he tries to start a step away, they can't move. They just get clapped. The main clash coming in. Let's see if Numidan's going to get clapped down here. Springall's looking for the pen shots. So far up against the Sipahi. Tries to go for the body blockers. Are these Springall shots actually doing enough, though? They fin the wave. The archer's now exposed, though. It's got the aura healing. 3 Springall's remaining. Lucifer, I'm surprised he's doing this well in the fight, but it looks conclusive. Sofa starting to break through. New wave coming in. Lucifer just looks like he ain't got enough firepower here. Yeah, the heavy cav beats the light cav as balance should dictate. And that means that Numudan will not be saying farewell so easily. He strikes back. He will strike firm. He will guarantee us a deeper series. Marlene's not cooked. Marlene's pretty good. What's interesting is how most of this game just wasn't Sofa play. When it was, it just looked very convincing the moment it happened. We have got Janissaries now coming in, but the problem with Janissary comp into Marlene's these days, Yes, Sofas is still a backbone of it, but with archers there, it's very hard for Janissaries to thrive. And that's going to lead to a GG. Game number 3, and the Swede has done it in the nick of time. He makes the Spaniard bleed. G to the G. Hey, is that my boy Recon? How's it going, buddy? How you been? Whew. I may have just bit my tongue. Oh, I'm feeling rough. But the show must go on. And the show is going to Front Range next. It's going to be the English. Ooh. Nimu comeback? Jean could be a bit difficult to deal with in the early phases on this map. But if you can get past that, Nimu comeback. Here about 1 sec. Oh. Reminder, by the way, guys, we've still got grand finals after this. So plenty of entertainment still to come. All right. Could this filthy son of a gun do it? Numidan has just proven he can take something away from Lucifer. Could he begin to take the whole series? Game number 4. It's an English pick. But Lucifer with his Jeanne d'Arc, and oh my god. It's the fight you didn't know if you ever wanted. What wins? English short bows or Jeanne d'Arc? Historically, we know the outcome. In real life. Is it going to be different here, though? Because we can see it scouted. Moving in, the ball claimed, and Lucifer has to bail! Oh my god, even with 150 HP, nothing beats a sniper rifle in the medieval age. So Numidan, with the outpost drop, this is a fantastic opening for him. I think we can agree English is Jean's worst enemy. And that does historically hold true. It's a great start there. Not just taking the boar away, but taking Lucifer's boar. This is a huge, crucial detail. One of the big advantages of picking Jean on this map. The boost in XP, the secure on the boar, now gone. That's important because remember, this is front range. Front range a map where you do not have much safe food. You get 9 sheep maximum usually. Because it's usually split 50-50. And then you have a small stack of deer. And then you have to move out. You know, this isn't one of those 35 years old and living in your parents' basement. No, on this map, the moment your ass hits 16, you better have a job. The moment your ass hit 18, you're moving out. You're finding an apartment. You're getting a job. You're figuring out a career. You're figuring out your life. Welcome to Front Range. There is no 41-year-old basement dweller living in mum's cellar here. And that's unfortunate news for Lucifer in this type of situation. I mean, he's going to try to creep back out now with the outpost, it seems. How? I don't ever see how this works. Guys, like... guys. Last time I checked, Numidan doesn't wear glasses. I guess Lucifer just assumes that he needs glasses and isn't wearing them? What? In what world does this work? Okay. Well, continue. Because Numidan isn't reacting yet. He's got 6 villages. He can do 30 damage per round. And yeah, here we go. He's going to move around. Ringing the bell. And a cancel. And I was about to say, let's not chase it. Surely. Wait, Numu? What on earth? Okay, so maybe... Does Lucifer just feel like it's worth the idle time to just do this? Because even if Jean dies, she'll just respawn. Whereas right now, you're idling out a third of Numidan's economy doing this. Wait, looks like he's going to give up on the affair. It's going to be a walk home now. I mean, it's a trade-off, right? It's like you're idling your opponent, but also Jean herself is just not doing anything. And that tower would connect with the ball. From here to here, it would connect with the ball. Like you see by the length of it, it would clip the ball. I don't know, man. I think that was way too ambitious. The problem is if Lucifer got one of those split valley spawns where like there's a cut through here, it could have worked because he could have snuck around. But like you can't walk all the way around this. It takes way too long. So Numu, quite kushki. Council Hall now on the way, so this is a very aggressive build. No Abbey of Kings shenanigans to be had. This guy wants a kill. Which, I mean, it's kind of funny. We were just talking about how Numidan, usually this guy looks to drain you. He's like, okay, I've got more resources, I'll wait this out. Doesn't seem like he wants to play that way this time around. Lucifer, how much XP? Yeah, that's still quite a bit away to go. Yeah, getting the 25 for the board didn't really change much compared to the idle time pain. Moving on, full pullback, as expected here. So this is like right now, something that's going, okay, was this worth it for 1,000 food? Absolutely. Especially when you consider it was not just 1,000 food for you, it was minus 1,000 for your opponent. Actually, technically, it was kind of like minus 2.2k. He might eventually get this ball back. It's going to take a long time, though. So that's what makes it worth, you know. You always have to think of certain things in the game this way. For example, let's say you're a Civ that's kind of subpar in what they do with relics. But you can get good fast tech timing and take relics away from HRE. Might just be 80 plus gold for you, but it's actually a 240 gold differential because your opponent, the HRE in that situation, would usually get 160. So you're getting 80, and they're getting 160 less than where they'd be otherwise. When you think about Age of Empires in that way, and RTS, things in general that way, it's a completely new reframing of things. Because it's very easy to think about RTSs as just a net positive. And that is very distracting. It's not how RTSs work. At equal level, you have to give something to get something. This is from able to deny the ball in the back, actually. That was pretty good, that follow-up. Spear's now coming out. I don't know, man. Should Numu maybe just went Abbey of Kings? I mean, he's getting into Lombos now. Like, the concept is cool here, because Lombos stop Jean really well, actually. And he's going to be a slow burn down the outpost, so he's looking to reacquire the ball. So, the reason, by the way, why Lombos counter Jean is, if you just think about it for more than 10 seconds, is kind of dead obvious. Like, if you've ever watched Jean walking into 15, 20 Lombos, you know exactly where this is going. Melee Jean? She just gets whittled away at. You've got higher base damage Lombos shooting into you. They'll do half damage at least. You melt. Range Jean also sucks there because Range Jean gets outranged. Her only advantage is being faster, so she's good at running away. In a direct fight, she struggles to get the right position quite often. So yeah, like, this is quite funny because in the early days, it got revealed quite quickly that Jean actually could counter both. Looks like it's going to be melee Jean, which makes sense. There's a lot of spears already. The whole idea is you kind of reset the spear count, but this is more risky. If you go range on, you have a bit more security towards keeping Jean alive in the fights, but for Lucifer, this is about winning a fight before it reaches scale. Like, if the count of longbows gets to 25, he's already in a bad position. This needs to stop before that happens. Oh wait, did we only just resolve predictions? Whoops. Do I need to get more mods again? I might now. Oops. I wonder. Maybe consider an outpost crawl here. It's really nice for these type of contests. Like, this is one of the things that's meant to make English really good on this map. Everything about the nature of it in the early game is linear. It's very rare we see people flank wide, because there's not usually much value there. Because most civs won't exhaust their gold before, 12, 15 minutes. Like, we're at 9 minutes, and Lucifer has almost expired the first. So he'll, as the most gold-heavy civ in the game, probably expire his gold around 13 minutes, 14 minutes. Then he has to go in the mountains. So that plays advantageously for English. Just keep shuffling up in the center. Especially considering English themselves don't need anywhere near as much gold. The way this is scaling, who feels better? We did mention about that 20 longbow count is where things get kind of scary for Jean. Longbows are sometimes underrated against French Knights. Obviously, they're not going to destroy French Knights, but compared to standard archers, they do a lot better than you'd think. Especially if they're playing around the aura. They have got Steeled Arrow prioritized. Undermesh already on the way for Lucifer, though. Understands his timing as well. Outpost crawl up here. So he's getting a lot closer to Numidan, which is dangerous. It means the next fight could be in aura range. And 0 for you with the terrible ideas in chat. Alright, ones if you think Numa's going to win this, twos if you think John is. Lucifer is. Numu. I mean, I quite like his comp right now. And look, you see what I mean with Jean. She's almost dead already. One more tap, she's gone. Spears now hop in. At this point, Lombos can just start target firing the archers on the retreat. So great fight for Numu. And a really big problem now for Lucifer. Buyback comes in. He's down to 8 archers. There's double spear to archer count. Good timing as well. I imagine that boar, it's got plenty left, but the other resources like the Dero are now exhausting, so you might want to move upfield. It looks like instead he's going to go for the backside. And he has walled up. Nicely played. Saying what you want of us English, but we're real good witch hunters. Nice to step up again. The villagers, the villagers! Numu! Caught sleeping, but somehow doesn't lose any. And the Lombos, they're just chasing with the archers here. The villagers rushing up the outposts. I don't know if that's safe, though. Practically all archers gone again. Now the spears. Torches coming out. He is thinking about it. And Numidan has done just such a good job of keeping that archer count down at nothing. Every time we look back up at that bar, the ratio increases for him, which is crazy when you consider how low the archer count is going. Going down to half HP on the outpost. Jean trying to creep in. Oh my god! This is the snowball. Like, once you reach this massive longbow, Jean just cannot exist. She's going to get sniped again. Spearmen, they force the commitment by burning on the outpost. Knights have to run away. Outpost is about to crumble. And Lucifer crumpled alongside it. It's the attack speed. The outcome seemed predictable when you saw that aura activate. Lucifer's dead. And there's just nothing in the chamber left here. He's got barely any food income. He needed this. He's got deer in the back, but that's now exhausting. Unless these guys decide to start mating here. It looks like they might be. But Numu may be about to pull off a huge upset in the KPMM. Lucifer on paper is heavily favored here. Not today, though. Numidan, despite giving over 2 games early, he's on the verge of slaying one of the Spanish beasts. This is what I love about Front Range as well. Like, this is what we need more of, is maps that take matchups and the way they function and evolve them into something else. You know, like, a lot of people, I think, historically favor French to try and take down English here with their strategies, but, like, the way this map plays is so uniquely different. Because of the way it funnels you, you don't have the flank flexibility that makes the French Jean faction so good, that made him so good on Gorge. It won't make him good here. It will make Numu whole and get us a whole 5-game series. Fan of freestyle chess over classical chess? Hell yeah. Every day of the week, baby. That leaves us with one map. Cliffside. He has Shushi or HRE. And that's actually a sick blocker because Lucifer and Vortex love Atrium on Cliffside. So Lucifer has to play either French or Mongols into Shushi or HRE. You're not just HRE here? No, he goes Shushi. Okay, so Shushi versus French. Interesting. I wonder if, I don't know, like HRE, I guess the problem is against French you feel kind of worse, but against Mongols you would have felt better. And like Mongols is less of an overwhelming threat as the game goes on than French. So it makes sense. He's here to deliver the upset of the week. Numidan from behind has clawed his way back into this series. We head into a deciding game up against Lucifer to see if Numuchad can come out on top. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Numidan on the Shushi and Lucifer with the Francais. I mean, it fits. Lucifer and Francais going together. It always feels like the way. I mean, this is his signature sieve. This is the one that he goes to when back is up against the wall, when all looks grim and dark. This is what he can trust in. Let's see if it'll be able to deliver him to salvation to a matchup against his brother in the grand finals, or if it is going to be not a speed round grand finals. Because I gotta say, I have a feeling if we get Lucifer versus Vortex, our average game length will probably be between 10 and 15 minutes. Nimu, he had the option to either do Shushi here or do HRE. I think with the variability between a French or Mongol pick and French seeming more likely, he probably made the right call here. This is likely going to be, what, Pro Scout against Pro Scout with a Spearman opening from Shushi. Look at this one, actually. Double gold lean, double back gold. Okay. Numu got the safe type spawn here. Medigarden location, he could drop it here to clip both, but I think he missed out on some of the berries. It might be worth it, though, for the gold. And you get a little bit of wood as well. There's no other meditation garden that's like that much better. You could go here and just not get the food at all, and then you get gold, stone, and wood. And stone is sometimes slept on here against French. It makes a lot of sense because it allows you to get into hand cannon slits. Hand cannon slits very useful against French in particular because you have a high percentage of breach damage against their armor. That's why if you ask French players what one of the most annoying civs to play against is over the years, a lot of players are probably going to answer back China. The other one's just English, but everyone hates playing against defensive English players. They're just so turtly and so annoying to break. But because of the high penetration, yeah, hand cannon slits has been the bane of their existence. And it looks like Numu, he didn't scout his back goal, so he doesn't know. But still, this is good, actually. Yeah, I'm up it. I didn't notice. Yeah, my brain like here or here. This is fine. Okay, so he gets 25 gold, 25 stone, and all the food. I thought he might just try for the double gold if he saw it, because if you're going pro scouts, you usually don't care as much about food as you do about gold. Because more gold gives you a quicker pro scout timing, and the thought process is you don't really need the food as much if you're going to get pro scouts anyway. That's going to give you all the food you need. Yeah, you guys arguing about what type of chess I prefer? You know what chess I love? You guys seen that, like, that chess battlegrounds or whatever it's called? There's like this game on Steam. I'll have to find it. It's like you have 100 pieces, and the whole idea is that you can move a bunch of your knights next to each other, and then all of your knights move as one, so you can take out multiple units at once. Like, hell yeah. It's actually a really cool, innovative idea on chess. I mean, it doesn't have the competitive scale of standard chess, for sure. But yeah, it was pretty cool. Chess boxing's the real deal. You know, like, if we manage to scale this channel to, like, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people, I'll legitimately go and host, like, an Age of Empires chess boxing tournament. And then Marine Lord will finally lose. God, could you imagine Magic just there knocking Marine Lord out? IRL? I'm trying to think who the most threatening person would be in Age of Empires boxing. Like, sort of is, like, I mean, but he's gone back to StarCraft. He needs to get his ass off StarCraft, get back here. I think sort of, like, he's built for it, you know? Kill Yardi. I mean, Kill Yardi. The problem is Kill Yardi will go to swing and he's like, oh, my back. He'll knock himself out is the problem. Sort of is probably, like, he's got the Scandinavian build. I think what you do as well is, like, legit, you just put rules of, like, every 20 minutes or whatever you have to go for a boxing round. So, like, it's not even based on per game. It's, like, a timer. So there's anyone who's, like, a wormy little rat that likes playing 50-minute games and has noodle arms is just dead. Okay, so Pro Scout's coming in on both sides. I'm so tired of how often I say that statement in an Age of Empires game. I just need to get some new ones. Pro Scouts, again, on both sides. 20 minutes boxing rounds? No, 20 minutes and then a boxing round. Jesus, Philly, like, I know playing Mongols non-stop only degraded your brain cells, but can we, like, rub the ones that are left together for some vision here? You play 20 minutes or 30 minutes and then you have a boxing round. So first tier coming in. It looks like Numu... It's weird, actually. I would have expected this scout count to be reversed. Normally, French have less scouts, and then they just control the map and get the goods back. But the way this has been played out is like Numu is convinced he has map control. Is Shushi favored in this matchup? I think Shushi has some interesting timings due to like the fast castle into Dali Horse's mass lancer. The tricky thing is if you spend too long in the feudal age, French mass too many knights. On a map like Cliffside, I want to say French has the advantage because of the shortness of the map. Because what you don't want to be doing against French is scaling Chug. Chug is a bait. French with knights, archers versus spear Chug, French win 9 times out of 10. Because if you're talking about that as a scaling point, once we reach, 50 Chug and 30 knights will gradually heal off all damage done, whereas 50 Chug will eventually die, gradually over time. It's not a quick death, but the archers will kill them. I've seen this a lot at the highest level. We had an epic game between, I can't remember who it was, Louis and someone else. Might have been Kuyadi or someone like that. And it was crazy to watch. Like, we're talking 25 minutes of non-stop feudal push back and forth, but you could just see the build scaling in favor of French. So yeah, for Shushi to actually be in a good position here, I think they just want to get away from this age as quickly as is feasible. He has discovered his other deal. I don't think he saw this originally. Lucifer creeping in. But Numudan had the right idea. He put an outpost up. Remember what we said about the stone? Gives you the hand cannon slits. He's going under mesh. Interesting. Is he worried about being pressed? Convince the devs to get rid of formation shuffle? What makes you think they listen to anything I say? I think I've ranted about formation shuffling at least 8 different times. Still in the game. You know what? Everyone subscribe to my YouTube. Let's get my viewership up to 10k plus. And then when I highlight these things, it will get, like, more views. And then, like, they'll have to react. I think that's how that works. So I remember we'd done this with Lucifer, where we cast a Lucifer game. And I was like, guess the rank of this player. And then we shoot it. And somehow Lucifer in ranked. And this was mid-season, by the way. Had been ranked into a person who had... I think he was, like, platinum. Or maybe he was gold. And I thought to myself, I was like, if I was a bigger YouTuber, this probably would have got the backlash that actually got a response on matchmaking. It was kind of sad. It should just be the thing that you show to a dev, and even if you're just like 1,000 view Andy, they're like, yeah, that ain't right. So Nimu, he is gone full spear blob here. But he's starting to save up. Lucifer, the tricky part is like when the melee blob gets this big, it's very hard to run away from. Yeah, when it's small, you can snipe it down to a point of minimum DPS. And oh my god! That one archer! Are you kidding me? Bro, like someone cremate that guy as a hero. He needs a full 12-gun salute. And we're in the feudal age. They haven't even discovered the guns yet, but like figure them out. Find them out for him. He's a hero right there. Saving Private Nobody. Guaranteed that the melee mass didn't actually get a chance to swarm. What a sick move. Lucifer able to maintain his posture because of that. Mountain Academy now coming in from Numidan. And Lucifer, because of that one archer, has a choice to be made here. An opportunity to be taken. Spear line has been thinned a lot because of this now. Down to just 10. Knights dive in. They're looking for the kill on the outpost. Fortification is coming in. Needs a bit more time. Knights, though, have to give the body blocker. The horsemen from Numu. They jump in. They push him out. Tech up complete. Fortification complete. That one hero. That private nobody. Don't make him die for nothing. Starting to feel like he might have. Lucifer. We talked about the goal here for Shushi is to get out of the bad age, get to the good point in the game. Numu's definitely reached that good point. Lucifer's still diving. He's trying to block out the gold gathering, but it's expensive when you dive these type of areas. Numu, what's that taxman doing? Goes down. The lance is starting to come out. I mean, the archer count thinning. Numu with veterancy on spears gives him the solution. Like how horsemen charge with so much intent like they're doing any damage. You know, it's like that pass, like they run and they charge in. It's like, I don't know, Terry Crews or Shaq's in front of them. It's like, you know what it is? Oh, pause that thought. Wait. Oh! The horseman? No way. Lucy is distracted as I was. That's the entire worker lead. Oh my god. You monster! You freaking monster! Is this happening? Is Numu about to take Lucifer out? Not just out, take him out back and shoot him! One move, one strike. You would not expect that out of a handful of horsemen. It's happening again! He gets the shivs out. He can't afford the troops to come home. No new knights coming. Numudan now access on the gold. And that is it. Well, you know, the horseman heard me talking smack. I was about to say it's like Kevin Hart trying to push up against Shaq like he's going to move him. So what do they do instead? They just found the tiniest pipsqueak to fight. Oh my god. Kevin Hart versus Peter Dinklage. Now, you need a French one. I didn't want to say him, but... Yeah, Marino. Sorry, Evlord. He beat him down, man. I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. Lucifer, I don't know what he does from here. I mean, the Lance account is looking really good for Numu. I think Lucifer has to go Spearman. What else do you do? Because if you don't add in spears, you just die to this. But if you add in spears, then your opponent can go Chug. They're equal on the Pro Scouts. So there's no advantage there. Like, actually, if you're equal on the Pro Scouts, you're behind, remember, because Shushi get 20% more with Supervision. He's playing to the ball now, but this is dangerous. Has to go double outpost. I mean, when French has a double outpost, it kind of says everything it needs to in this position. You're behind and you're still having to do this. Numu. We talked about him being that type of player that likes to milk it. Eke out his advantage before pressing it. And this is a pristine example of it. Full backup from Lucifer. It's becoming obvious. If he wants to survive, he needs to age. Numidan is not going to allow that. Monk's now coming. Lance account is scary. Dali horses now in the way. This is as good as the buff damage for the French Knights. Arguably better. You will get buff damage of 3 for 3 attacks. So that's an increased damage of about 15%. These guys, 20% attack speed increase the entire time. Idle on the gold. Pumba did not claim any extra souls. But Numu. He's just waiting for it. Like, come to Papa. It's just a check-in. Every once in a while, like, hey, how you doing? Are you aging up yet? No, okay, I'll be back in a minute. Sounds dangerous to do against French Knights, but not really. Like, this Lance account is getting out of control. Starts to march in for the clash. Spearman given access. The Lancers part ways. The Archers, they can't be protected on this retreat. Numu. Plumbing into him now. You do not want prolonged engagements. With Numudan, you just want to click and go. Otherwise, chivalry comes in the equation. A spread of the lines here. Lancer versus French Knights, but from an age behind, they aren't favored. The workers scramble to somewhere else, but this looks like it's been a scrambled egg Lucifer will not be going against that glorious Spanish egg in the grand finals. It's not going to be a book date between brothers. It's going to be a vengeance story required, as Numidan has denied Lucifer. More worker kills to come. This is over. Numudan says you're Numudan. Wow. That was insane. What a goddamn series. Sweden's greatest weapon in Age of Empires 4. That's the name. That is the name right there. Is Numi better than Kilyadi in CSO? I mean, I don't want to throw Kilyadi on the bus. But yeah. Sorry, Kilyadi, but you got to admit it. Numidan's on fire this week. Kilyadi could only cut Lucifer. Numudan killed him. What a freaking monster. What an unexpected outcome. I mean that really, like, that's not to be... I don't think you take that as a mean statement. It's just like, on paper, Lucifer is the favorite player. Full stop. Most time he is. There's not many people you'd favor over him. Especially after Lucifer just got second place at an S-tier event. Oh yeah, wait, I forgot. Philosbo didn't qualify for the event. Whoops. Philly, what happened? Oh my god. So guys, that means we have our grand finalists. I'm just going to quickly update the bracket. And then we'll get ready for our grand finals. Vortex versus Numu. Draft has just begun. Wow. Yeah, he came back. I thought it was just going to be a free wash. I really did. Numidan is made of firmer, sturdier things. He had the stomach for it. This is, I think, a second appearance in grand finals for Numidan, if I'm not mistaken. He's only ever done this once before. Yeah, he's had third, fourth a few times. And then in the very last week of KPMM, he appeared... In Season 1, he appeared in the grand finals where he lost 4-0 to WAM. So this... opportunity to improve. You think Vortex is happy? They're so confused? I don't know, man. I think it's a mixture of both, but like the thing you have to keep in mind, the advantage for Vortex in this situation is while him and Lucifer play different, they also inspire off of each other. And he would have had a chance to sit there and be like, okay, so that's where that went wrong. That's where that went wrong. That's where that went wrong. Now, that's a very interesting thing to think about because, like, if you have similarities in the way you play, like, not completely similar. Like, we heard this recently from Marine Way. Like, he was thinking about Vortex and Lucifer similarly and then realized they're not the same. But if you have similarities in how you approach things and learn things, and you just saw one of you fail, now you're like, okay, I have time to, like, you know, I can already understand the path we're going for. Why didn't we reach that path? So if they're quick on the fly of, like, adapting to that, this could actually be an advantageous detail for Vortex. But there is an element of, like, experimentation where now what you might be trying to do to solve the problem is not necessarily a gamble, but it's, like, maybe unproven. Okay, so draft's complete. Remember, every single map could be played here. There are no bans in the grand finals. And we are going to begin with Rocky River, as always. Oh my god, my throat. This boy's trying to break me. Whew. And it is going to be Roose versus Mali opening. House of Lancaster and Katie. Yeah, House of Lancaster surprises me. Especially considering he didn't pick Chinese straight away. Wait, what? He prioritized Byzantines over China. I think that is such a Numidan thing, now that I think about it. I don't feel like I see Numidan play China much, now that I think about it. Most players wouldn't have prioritized it that way around, though, for sure. Most players would have flipped that. KP has money on Vortex? You think I can afford to gamble? Are you high? Lamau? I ain't got that sort of money. We cast KOTR tomorrow and on the weekend. I was figuring I might leave the main broadcast to have the time in the light. I don't know. I'm a mixed minds about, like, double cast, but, like, if they've got multiple games going at the same time, it's possible. We will be live tomorrow anyway, because they don't start until, I think, the evening or something. And we'll be going live with, like, the Lucifer versus B third place match. Okay, so the boys are getting in the lobby now. Why'd they ban Japan? Because Japan is a ban-worthy civ. The solid A-tier civ. And yes, the small flags are bans. So you ban it away from your opponent is the idea. So I think probably the boys just got up for a second to go grab something. And I imagine we're going to get underway momentarily. That's why you're not casting. Yeah, you did. You can't even read a draft. Need to ban this shirt? What's wrong with my shirt? My shirt is fine. My shirt is fire. Pattern on the lip? It's just multicolored. What's this hate? Philly, like, weren't you the person who had, like, the most boxy-ass black suit in his, like, freaking... his player picture that I've ever seen? That was you, right? You can't judge people in fashion if you're wearing a boxy-ass black suit. You know, that's like owning... dude, that is like... That's like owning a coal mine and saying we need to save the environment. You're colorblind as well? No, more like either... Like, if it's not black, the quality of your freaking camera sucks. Alright, send me the pic. Show me the picture of you. Show me the picture of you. I haven't seen it in a long time, because, like, I don't really pay attention to your face much, you know? dude, oh, that is great, guys. You want to know the first thing to come up when you search Philosbo AoE4? Oh my god, it's like a little doubt moment. Oh, sorry, the brands are in the way. It's the stuck card. Was who done that to you? Was it Dumu? I'm trying to remember. Oh my god, I forgot about that. I actually forgot about that for a second. What a game. Who was that against? Was it against Dimu? Was it Dimu, B? Oh wait, was that you at all, or was that B Anatand? Because that was the All-Star, so it wasn't even you. So why do you come up when I search? Like, why is that the first thing that comes up for you? Yeah, that wasn't you. That was Anatan B, I'm pretty sure. Then why, like, it shows how much you play Mongols, that, like, you aren't even in that game, and yet it's the first thing that comes up. Oh, my God. All right. Got 3 minutes to go. So if you need a drink, bathroom break, whatever, now is your time, folks. Go, go, go. KP is a wealth esports caster who bets on matches to fix them as a coal mine. I freaking wish. Dude, if only my morals and ethics were so dirty as some of like the people that have existed in this scene over the years, I'd be filthy freaking rich. Sometimes I question if I should have had less morals and ethics. How far I could have been. Like, you know, maybe I would have burnt my career, but I would have walked away from millions. What an idiot I was. One of those stupid people that, like, actually is too passionate about esports. Sag. Non-threatening in person? Philly, you've never met me. Like, Europe doesn't want you. You've never been here. Bet you're not even coming to Londinium. Then again, I don't even know if I'm going to Londinium. I'm a 6'6" wealthy esports caster? Yeah, there you go. Thank you for correcting it. Don't forget that detail. Don't miss that detail out. 5'9.5"? Yeah, but like if you think about it, like if you take the 5'9.5" and then you make the 9 really small print, then I am 5'12". So like that's your mistake. You guys, like, you've been twisting this wrong, right? Like, you just got to take the 5'9.5", and then like you know how like you have like 23rd as like little RD. So you just make the 9 really small, and then like you haven't false advertised. I'm 5'12". Like that's how 5'12" it comes out 5'9.5". You guys just didn't read properly. You got to read the small print. Stand up and tape. Dude, we've already tape measured before. Like, bro. All right. Philly, 10 gifties when I prove this. Oh my god, the tape doesn't lock anymore. See where we're at? So here. Come back here. Where am I? Oh, bro, my camera doesn't go far enough. Oh my god. Ugh. Adjusting the measure? I'm not. Look, it literally, like, the locky thing doesn't work. That's why. It's a broken tape. It literally stops when it wants to. I can't afford good tapes. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. I don't make Beastie / Marine Lord money. Are you guys ready? The quality of competition just keeps getting better. It's time to reintroduce you all to a familiar sight from the AV4 scene that rarely ever makes finals. Numidan, for the second time ever in our midweek muster, is here. Last time, it was against Wham, where he got 4-0'd. But I feel confident about today. Look at that bracket. He just took down Lucifer on 3-2. The question now is whether this is a story of vengeance or if it's a slumdog millionaire. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Numidan with the Roose to open up this series. Vortex with the Malian pick to try and get the lead. Malians has been quite popular here, I want to say. A lot of people have actually quite enjoyed this pick on this map. In fact, we saw players like B using it a lot. Came out as a priority pick in his series in particular. Didn't work well against Vortex, of course. Roose is much more of a Numu pick on this map, though, I'd say. I feel like he's a big fan of Roose here. I'm trying to think of like what else I've seen him play a lot of. There's a few players that highly rate this, like Mahodo as well. Quite often will go towards Roose. It's not a bad idea. You always get the guaranteed split on tree lines, so you get hunting cabins quite efficiently close to base. The 4 gold also doesn't compromise you. Some civs kind of hate playing here. In fact, in the Vortex B series, where B had Malians, we saw that Vortex could punish him because he had double forward gold. So you could just rush him in the feudal age. But that type of rush doesn't work against Roose because Roose don't need to touch gold until Castle Plus. So yeah, I think that's the main reasons for Roose here, on top of the fact that obviously Pro Scouts is viable. Yeah, it's a wide spread of Pro Scouts as well. And that's why I like Vortex's Malian bit to kind of counteract that. Because you can get the Scouts. You can get the Warrior Scouts instead of Spearmen, so it just gives you a lot more mobility to just hunt, block as the game goes on. You guys still talking about heights? I don't remember how tall Vortex was. It's been a long time since I've seen him in person. I feel like we were based, like, I think I might have been taller actually. I can't remember though. You know that kind of feeling when you like meet a bunch of people for the first time and you get that mixture of like, whoa, this person's really short and this person's really tall. You don't say it to them, but... Is the Golden Gate coming through as expected? Man's from the other side. Emerson and Tanda the tallest? Yeah, Wham and Puppy are very short. Yes. I'm trying to think off the top of my head if Dumu's taller than Anno probably is. I haven't met Anno in person either. Guy needs to make it to some Red Bull events. Twins are usually short. Is that actually a statistical thing? I mean, scientifically, in some ways, your brain's like, that makes sense. But then I think, like, the idea of, like, smaller babies, etc., like, is contradictory, right? It's like, Freya was very, very small, actually. Well, not very small, but not big. Yet now she is in, like, the top 0.5 percentile for her age. Okay, so... what is the goal going to be here for Numu? Are we just going to get a straight Pro Scouts into Greed, or is there some sort of aggression in mind? So I think the Greed is kind of weird in this matchup. Like, with Roose, usually you're thinking Horse Archer Mass, but you don't really want to be doing Horse Archers into Javelins. Even Standard Archers from Mali is pretty strong. They split everything? That's not true. My partner was a twin. And she always used to say her sister was the greedy one because she'd take all the milk. Or in her words, she, like her sister was the fat one. Pro Scout's soon to complete for Numu. Not expecting out of a Vortex. Remember the whole idea with these scouts from Malians? They're not meant to go into Pro Scouts. They're meant to just be your pseudo spearmen. It's actually very interesting mathematically. It's like a Donzo costs the same as a scout for Malians. So if you're trying to stop Pro Scouts, this is actually better than Donzo. So Donzo can't chase across map. Warrior Scout most definitely can, and he can win that fight. 2v1, that's how good he is. Sheep haul, looks like it was advantage for Numidan, so 15 sheep, sorry, 19 rather. 19 pretty strong here actually, a little bit more than I was expecting to get out of this. I was originally a Pro Scout enjoyer. It's amazing how when you're coming out of a 2TC meta, something like Pro Scouts can be enjoyable. Like, here's the thing. If you have to watch rerun repeats of like one TV show, like I don't know, Grey's Anatomy, like you're watching on repeat, and then eventually someone's like, oh hey, you know, here's, I'm trying to think of like a good example of a popular bad TV show. Oh, here's some Jerry Springer show. Like all of a sudden that's like liquid gold to you, you know. So of course I was on board with Pro Scouts when it first came in. But you know what I'm also on board with is a constantly evolving game. So we just need Pro Scouts to actually get changed more often. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a good one. Like, okay, I'm going to really make some enemies of this. Like, imagine you're watching Friends reruns for 5 years straight. And alternatively, you can then watch Game of Thrones last season. You're going to eat that up because you're like, I've seen this episode 15 times. So Sofa now added in as well. This is really powerful, actually. And the maths is that if you have 5 Sofa and 1 Scout, you can insta-kill a spin. So what you're going to do now as Vortex is split the map up a bit and club them down. He's even going to be adding in archers, actually. What's interesting here, though, is in small numbers, because of the Scouts, you can absorb the blows from the Knights, and Sofa's just kind of beat down Knights. So for Numu, what's kind of important here is you don't want to fight too early, but that's where going pro Scouts gets annoying. You feel like you need to fight early. Am I showing my age by referencing old TV shows or the fact that, like, newer TV shows haven't been as impressive? Your move. Oh, you guys talking about cannibalism, Civ? Dude, I'm telling you, it needs to be a thing. There needs to be a Civ out of the game. They win a fight, they just pick up the bodies and go and eat them. Could you imagine an Age of Warhammer game? And that's just Tyranids. D9 done a cannibalism nothing map? I like that idea. We've done something similar, but it's different. The thing that we done was Meat Grinder, where when you kill... I think it was Meat Grinder, wasn't it? Where when you kill units, you get their cost back. Which was pretty cool. Very snowbally, but really cool. Okay, so Vortex has just been trying to slow down the pro scouts as best he can. The problem is, when your opponent has 6 scouts, that's very difficult to do. Scout does get denied, though. Well played, Vortex. He doesn't need to win the direct fight. He just needs to make sure that Numidan doesn't have resources for the next fight. That's the big W. Especially considering what's coming soon. Vortex is almost ready to age up. Numi does have the right timing, and I imagine we're looking at Knights here. Maybe some Horse Archers as well isn't a bad idea. I really like a smaller group of Horse Archers just for raiding, primarily. The direct fight, they're not going to be as useful against Sofa Archer Mass, but just hitting the flanks and catching your opponent when he's not looking, they're huge. Are people still bashing on Pro Scouts? Because unfortunately, like, there should be more options in the game at this stage, and it's a bit too much of a go-to for a lot of civs. Some don't, of course, but like, my goal is I want to have a situation where every civ looks at and sees 3 or 4 viable strats. Like, technically, that's what point of interest were meant to do, but point of interest haven't been further developed, unfortunately. Even though they are a great addition to the game, they haven't actually been refined to the point that they make sense. So, like, for example, with points of interest, the big problem there is that you essentially have created something that has to be played into in most cases in Dark Age, and then loses, not necessarily relevance, but like it's decided by the Dark Age. As opposed to having points of interest that come in different ages. Kind of like Sacred Sites do. Would have made more sense. So high trade elves coming through from Numu. Get your numbers in. It looks slightly depressing. Especially knowing that Vortex is going to have a full army at this rate. 18 out of the 20 cow. Time limit on the Rona thing? Yeah, like, that's an interesting one for points of interest. But, like, for example, what if merchant camps, you know, didn't activate until H2? Or what if the wolf dens respawned at later phases worth more gold but with harder wolves? You know, what if there was points of interest that only came in Age 2, Age 3? Neutral farms is another cool idea. Capture the location, then your villagers can farm out there. Risk reward, things like that. So Warrior Monk's down the way. Numidan knows what's coming. If he doesn't get relics, I think you kind of need 3 relics bare minimum, 4 preferable. Otherwise, Fulani is going to just kind of eat over you all the way. Typical good on paper, but actually not possible at all, sort of wish. What, the viable civ strats? I mean, the point is not... So, like, you know, this is the classic... perfection isn't attainable. There's nothing wrong with striving for perfection as long as you acknowledge that it's not attainable. Make sense? And that's what you need to keep in mind there. Like, you can't hit perfection, because perfection's always changing. Striving for it is fine. Obsessing over it is not. So what I want is to look to attain an improvement, but not obsess that it needs to be perfect. Signed, a person who struggled with perfection. Okay, so far upgrades coming in. Give me a second, I need to cough my guts out. Vortex. This is kind of scary for Numu. Anytime you have to turn and run, it means sofas are going to whittle away at you because they move faster. So you want to try to minimize these retreats. Maximize the return fire. It's going to get harder. Important armor's coming in, which allows you to be a better contest to these knights. I mean, it gives you a huge melee advantage, actually. It's kind of crazy when you do the maths how well Sofa trade into knights. You're talking about 24 damage to 20, and then you're talking about 35 less health. But within that, you're going to have a situation where you can have extra armor. So 5 armor versus the 4. So costing less, and if you think about the raw HP and the effective HP, Sofa trade a lot better than expected. And that was sick micro. Vortex. Look at those health bars. I mean, I don't know what he's going to do with them now unless he wants to build into the priests. That was a cool detail all the same. Unfortunately, right now, Numudan has the raw numbers. We're going to push it. Vortex also without Poison Arrow. I mean, it's such a hard tech to get at this stage. Very expensive at 675 resources. 500 of which is gold. And remember, gold is the thing that's always going to be pumped into more Sofa at this stage. So puts him in a really awkward bind where raw knights for Numu right now is a very, very good choice. My trade house, 86 gold over here, by the way. The relic game is looking phenomenal. Yeah, is this... I don't know about 5 relics. It's possible, though. Vortex at least knows where that one is, but he hasn't built into priest, and he still has heavily injured Sofa. Basically playing that fight earlier with the Malians like he's playing French. How did Numu get to this stage? Pro Scouts, baby! The way of the world. Pro Scouts with Bounty is super effective because you're getting an increased gathering rate on top of an increased gathering rate, and then you're getting gold gen alongside that gathering. It's huge. And this is going to be huge too. We talked about effective HP in fights. This shifts it wholly in Roose's favor. 25 extra health coming in on all the heavy cav. Vortex, he has been forced into Donzos. Correct, cool. If he can hide this detail long enough, actually could favor him right now. Numu, I think the challenge for him is he's got these knights, but he's not raiding with them. The disadvantage they have here, we mentioned earlier, was the movement speed. If he goes across with only a small raiding group, the Sofa could chase him down. If he sends all his knights across, Vortex could go into his base. And this is where Malians are horrendous to trade with economically. If we both dive each other's base, you don't just go for worker kills, you have to kill all this. If you fail to kill all this, I as the Malian player win the trade. Every time. Numudan. One thing I'd like to see is him prepping the warrior monks for the main battle. If he gets into the increased range and duration buff, that buff of 1 armor, 2 damage actually goes a long way here. Like, we just said you already are favored. But if you actually get the buff off, you actually have the same melee armor as Sofa as well. I just don't know if he's got time. Numu. The idea was cool, but we never saw the win condition. Like, this is the thing. It's kind of like when you watch French players just do this and scale it. It makes sense for them. Maybe less for Roose, but let's find out. Warrior Monk buff does come through. Goes in for the big boy clash. Monzo's lit it in. The Sofa going to pull back a little bit. Numu going to start hemorrhaging knights quite a bit here. Vortex. There's just no slowdown. It's the full Malian Zerg. The idea cool from Numu, but the timing, it never realized here. Vortex will just be able to run it down. Sofa's ready for the reclash. No Warrior Monk buff anymore. Archers don't even have the poisoned arrow yet, and yet they're still dunking on this. The Spoon and placement has been handy, but you needed about 4 more of these to win a fight. Villagers you can't afford to lose. Numu calls it, throws in the towel. Right idea, but Vortex, clear understanding of the situation, never revealed himself in a vulnerable way to this mass knight strat. A bit of a womp-womp for game 1 for him. And if I remember correctly, Sofa have very slightly faster attack speed. So I think it's 1.3? Oh, sorry, no, 1.65. Actually worse. Because knights are 1.5. Alright. So let's get ready to go for the next game. So 1-0 to Vortex. We're heading into Gorge. HRE versus Delhi. Mate, I need to put my heater on. I'm so cold. Oof. Shaking like a massage. Yeah, I do, like, so, you can't see it, but, like, I do this with my knee up and down all the time. I'm not, like, I'm very animate. I know, Chad, best hairline. Okay. I see how it is. I'll remember this, Chad. I'll remember this. I mean, Anna's got that mafiosa slick back type thing, you know what I mean? I tried that before. I didn't like it. I don't think who else has a nice hairline. Someone said Kilyadi before. Kilyadi's is like, I'll give it to him, it's neat, you know? It's tidy. Beastie has good hair as well. What, you mean when we dye it purple? Or is it green? I forget. Alright, here we go. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for game number 2. Vortex able to strike early, but Numu is looking to give Vortex nightmares. It's elephant time. Let's hop into it. Vortex with a 1-game lead, but Numu looks to get back on track on the perfect map for Delhi. We are in Gorge. Apologies, my throat is getting worse. Wait, how bad am I? Do I sound really, really... I heard my voice for a second there, but I was kind of rubbing my throat to make it better. I kind of sound like I smoke 20 cigarettes a day and I'm dying, but we'll see. So, HRE versus Delhi is kind of an interesting one, actually. For a long time, it's felt pretty good for Delhi. I think recently we've seen some developments, though. One that comes to mind, but hasn't really latched on fully, is HRE Minework is a pretty cool tool to contest Ghazi with your own cavalry. I don't know if we're going to see that, though. Like, Vortex is a very big believer in Arcan Pro Scouts. Like, I very rarely have ever seen Vortex do Minework. And yes, Lucifer did lose. His brother must now avenge him. 3-2 for Numidan. Reminder, this is his second time ever in the grand finals of KPMM in 40 editions, actually. 41 editions, of which Numidan, I believe, participated in about 28, I want to say. 27, I was very close. Thoughts on Numidan's chances? I could see Numu taking 2 games from Vortex. I think playstyle-wise, it's very different, the way that Lucifer and Vortex play. A lot of people think they're the same, but they're really not. Vortex has become a little bit more calculated about how he plays the late phase of the game, but still has that kill point he's looking for in the game. Whereas Luciferon likes to kill you over time, is my feeling. Like, Luciferon has always been, at his heart, a master of raiding. So, different approaches. And for a player like Numidan, I think the former is a little bit more threatening, because Numidan is the type of player who likes to edge out a game. You know, like, in some ways, Numidan is kind of like the Swedish version of Marine Lord there, where he'll take, like, the small lead and then try to expand it out into big lead. Like, Numu is very happy if he thinks he's in a good position to milk the rest of the map until you drain. So Arkham coming in as expected. Ooh. I made the right choice putting that heater on. I'm like super ill at the moment, and I'm starting to get the shivers again. I'm like, oh no, I think we're about to go into like the cold zone. Dude, it's like the worst part about it is like when you go back, your body temperature just keeps going back and forth between hot, cold, hot, cold. So, what's Numu's response going to be to this? Because you accept Pro Scouts is what it is, but as an advantage there, you get map control initially. The cool thing about that is your goal isn't to stop Pro Scouts. Your goal is to slow Pro Scouts. Because if Numidan slows Pro Scouts, he gets Pro Scouts for free. So if you can get a 50-50 split on the deer, you're pretty happy here. My chief concern if I'm Numidan, though, is that Vortex will skip out on Feudal with Pro Scouts. It would make a lot of sense for him to play Pro Scouts into Fast Castle here and just target relics. Especially this split, actually. Sometimes Gorge is a little bit vicious and puts 4 relics on one side. This is a 3-2 split. Ghazi destroy Pro Scouts? True, but you have to be worried about the spear spam. And what's up, the worst case? I see you with the Prime sub, buddy. Remember, guys, get those subs coming in. Supports the channel, I can tell you. It is not cheap to live in the UK. So it definitely does help. Also, no ads is a pretty big advantage. Did I mention we also now have a rewind function on Twitch? I know. I'm shocked. It took years, but we got there. That's interesting. What might be a cool idea for a new type of food would be fertile ground away from your base where farm is buffed by X percentage. I had just not sure I did. I think I had a similar thought about that a while ago. Like, I like that someone else is cooking with that. Because, like, we just had Rocky River. And Rocky River would have been cool for that, where, like, around the central ponds, you could have had fertile land. And if you build farms there, you get more. I'm a very big fan of anything that pushes people towards each other's bases as an advantage. That's why a long time ago, I begged that they change the system around relics so that relics would generate more resources for being closer to the center of the map. Or rather, further away from your primary TC. What's up, Wembley Hog? Appreciate the sub, mate. Thank you, thank you. Legend. Pro Scouts coming home. Ghazi moving in. The whole, like, fertile farms thing, you know what it made me think of straight away? Let me know if anyone else went in and kind of smiled when you thought about it. It reminded me of Pharaoh. Yeah, that was instantly where my brain went when I read that. I was like, yo, Pharaoh? Farms on the Nile? What a go game. Mechanically, probably the best game that Sierra put out, although my heart is still attached to Caesar 3. Okay, so Vortex now going for the fuel comp. Interesting. We've seen him do this once this week already. He's a really big fan, it seems now, of full feudal oppression instead of greed. Which does make sense against Delhi. Like, you're getting your eco advantage, your goal now is to stop theirs. He doesn't want to let him have the sacred sites. The Scout's just chasing Scouts. And this is where playing Ghazi gets tricky. Like, Ghazi might destroy Pro Scouts, but they get destroyed by March Drill Spears. Yeah, these guys are far too fast. 1.38 movement speed is just a zoom out. Easily able to give chase. Doesn't quite get the kill, which is rough. It means Numidan can heal this off. You know what I was thinking I'd love to see as a military type unit in this game? A damage build-up one. Like, does instances of damage, and the more instances it puts on you, the more damage it does. I don't know how useful that would be, where it would always be useful. But like lower base damage, but like a longer fight if they keep hitting the same unit. So like it'd basically be designed to kind of gradually counter like knight type units or whatever. That would actually also provide a very interesting counter to war elephants. Coming League of Legends? I mean, sometimes hardcore RTS fans don't like to admit is like the natural evolution of RTS has ended up being MOBAs, didn't it? Like a lumper. There was something in that move that made sense. Not saying we should become a MOBA. Like, my take is always this. Don't obsess over just making a classical experience. Think how you can evolve it to include more people. Without compromising the integrity of what made it good in the first place. I think that detail is quite often missed. Because like, I think at the heart, that's probably been the RTS genre's biggest problem, is like a lot of games have just tried to emulate the classic experience, because that's what the people knew and wanted. It can be tricky to like do that. Like, if you think about it this way, right? If you're emulating the classic experience, you're not getting new people in. And you're also probably not getting the old people, because the people that like their classical experience are already playing Age of Empires 2, or Red Alert 2, or StarCraft, or Warcraft, or whatever. Like, I think one of the underrated things is actually taking inspiration from unexpected genres. So a great example of this came in the form of commentary within Dota 2. A guy called Blitz, he started to bring in the term win condition a few years ago. And that wasn't actually his idea. He was a really big Hearthstone fan at the time. And he would watch Hearthstone and listen to their commentary, and they regularly would say, well, the win condition of this deck is this. And then he was like, oh, that's interesting. What if I start thinking about the game that way? Dota 2. And then it changed everything. He's like, oh, yeah, like this lineup has this win condition, this timing, this objective. It's like Vortex, like win condition here was pro scouts into blobs, so he's just trying to outmass, and what he's doing right now is really effective. With Arkan, the pro scouts pads you to do this, while you then gradually get into the mass farms, because that's going to have to come. But what he's done in the meantime is achieved mirroring the Delhi military count, which has allowed him to stop sacred sites. So his win condition was sacred site starvation. Now that's often the case with Delhi, but there are examples where your goal isn't to starve it, it's just to delay it. You can see on the food income just how good it is for Vortex. Even taking deer now from the enemy side. Horsemen starting to rotate around the flanks. Blacksmith timings have been relatively mirrored, but Vortex is lacking in the undermesh. It looks like he's thinking about an age up, actually. It would be an interesting time for it, but no, it's a full reinvest. Maybe he thought Numidan was aging? There's no way, though. Nemu trying to tech up without a sacred site is weird for Delhi. Horsemen not going to ride in, though. No textiles. So Nemu has to show respect. That's a lot of idle time, though. Yeah, no real damage taken. He lost, what? 20 health? Less than that, actually. Scouts are still being a pain in the ass. Numidan is now moving over there to try and intercept. I wonder if we're going to see Vortex moving for the boar tool. Like, normally when you have Arkan, you just go for the farms instead. The safety of it. Vortex is so far ahead on military as well. You have to minus the scholars because Numidan's not at the point where he wants to pull them. In fact, if he does pull them, there's enough archers to just kill them.
130 HP. You're going to take, well, even if you have the ranged armor, it's going to be reduced to 5 damage each. So at that stage, there's going to be per volley 130 damage exactly, if I'm not mistaken. So he definitely has the one-hit killer. It's not often you see Delhi starved out this hard on Gorge. How do you feel about double scores taking 6 strikes double the speed? Not needed. Delhi is an absolutely fine civ. They do not need to be buffed in any way currently. That would be a crazy change. And then we talked about the scholars. Like, he can just go off them. Instead, he just peels the archers, removes the real threat. He's enabling his spears by doing this. In Vortex versus B, the semifinals we saw in that series, B's advantage. The only advantage you could really find, it wasn't in micro. It was in strategic approaches, being different, thinking outside the box. Numu, with this Delhi pick, with the execution so far, has been unable to do any out-of-the-box thinking. At this point, he's stuck in that box, and that box happens to be a coffin. Might be time for last rites here. 67 to 54 military, and Vortex is going castle. Oh boy. Well, it was cool while we were able to believe, but this is starting to snowball. It's not the first time though, guys. There's still hope for Numidan. This is the man who came back from 2-0 down against Lucifer, Vortex's brother. House of Learning. So he's at least mirroring the timing. I think if you can get, you know, the 2 elephants out, you stabilize here. That's always the thing with Delhi. 1 or 2 elephants delays everything. Through coming in on the houses. Good idea to pop lock him here. Just the easy target on the edge of the base. Veterancies have been queued up. What concerns me is that Numidan just backed off the map entirely, and you're playing against Regnants. Can you guys guess what happens next? Yeah. Prelates are going to get on the move. I love the way Vortex is playing this. The fact that he's not engaging is actually better for him. He's just sheepdogging right now. He's corralling Numidan around the map. Every time Numu's like, okay, I'll move out here. Nope, horseman there. Okay, I'll move out here. Nope, horseman there. And he knows his tech timing is going to be slower. So he doesn't want to contest, because for all he knows, the moment he clashes, veterancy could be in. Like, if it wasn't for that, you take the fight, and over time you win with Ghazi. Not the case, though. Look at the timing on this. Vortex. Upgrade on upgrade. And a jump into the base. First elephant comes out. But this might be about to get messy for Dumbo. The spearmen already there. They're only hardened, though. But he's panicking. He's not attacking. And the elephant is kept out of the equation. The archers just shift north onto the workers. The prime kills they need. Almost a 10-worker lead now for Vortex. And after the elephant has started to look threatening, he just backs away. He's happy with that. Denies some relics. Still able to get free off the map himself. Now has got an economy lead of 7 with Arkin. Wait, he's going to deny him again? Oh, you son of a gun. Mate, you're working overtime for this relic. It's literally in your base. Ghazi's still not upgraded. They're just problematic. They didn't do anything. Veterancy is now in for the spears. The scholars, the count is low. He's not going to be able to chain heal through this. Spearman now reaching into the elephant. And the archers just do it again. Vortex is making it look so easy to trample over the Delhi and over their elephants. Oh, boy. I think Vortex has got somewhere to be. This is getting rough for Numu. I mean, still, this is, like, improvement for him, right? Like, the fact he beat Lucifer is incredible. But, you know, we had this similar feeling. I feel like we had this similar feeling after game 1 and 2 against Lucifer. We're like, okay, this is probably over now. So there's still an option. There's still a way. Numidan is going to where he actually started to recover it last time. Sacred Grove to bail him out. And a passive pick from Vortex. Wait, what? I think this... Is this maybe a throwaway pick? I mean, this is a pretty common thing when you're 2-0 up. Like, toss-away civs historically has been a really powerful thing. Marine Lord used it in one of the first S tier tournaments to beat... I think it was Vortex, actually. It was Mongolian Heights, and Vortex picked Mongols, and Marine Lord just picked Abbasids. And it was, like, this was back when Abbasids was unplayable in comp. It made no sense to pick. It was truly a throwaway. But it gave him a huge advantage. Because then, all of a sudden, you just have this situation where Mongols, which, guys, remember back then, was an S tier pick, was just wasted. Remember when Abba was the boogeyman? What, in the 2TC meta with the masked camels? That was annoying, man. That strat was so toxic. Weighing up whether we hop on Anno or something a little bit later. Dude, the headaches are coming back, though. A little bit. I might have to pop some pills shortly. But yeah, we could do Anno tonight. Because Anno, we can access it until midnight EU time. So we'd have until 11 p.m. my time, which would be 5 hours. But I don't know if you guys want to see Anno again. I'm trying to think what else we could do. I'll think on it. Olden Era is still out, but I don't really know if there's really much to be tapped there now. Let's try this instead. He's 2-0 down, but last time against a Spaniard, this is how he began his recovery. Sacred Grove. We might be about to see it again in Grand Finals. Numidan, making his second ever appearance in the KPMM Finals, is in trouble. He's 2-0 down against Vortex. But we go to Sacred Grove again. This is where it all started to go wrong for Vortex's bro. And well, it kind of looks like it might go wrong here. Vortex with the Abbasid pick on a map that's quite often been favorable towards pro scout play due to the quickly and easily accessible deer. Hard to access by foot deer, actually. You know, like coming out here and setting up, you need multiple outposts usually. Shushi, of course, a pro scout civ by nature. A bad Sid's not so much. No, this is a civ that typically you're going to pick for 2TC. You could 2TC drop on the deer, though. Oh, wow. Yeah, actually, out here, it's risky because it would be wide, and Shushi could just try and rush castle on you with that. But the berries, the deer, there's a lot to gain in this area. Gold as well. Now, for those who haven't seen Sacred Grove before, Sacred Grove is an interesting map, actually. I think of it kind of like in MOBA terms, like 3 lanes, really. You got the left, right, and center. The interesting thing to think about is, with this map, your beginning feels a bit safely anchored. It's in some ways like Gorge, but safer, because the gold quite often will spawn towards the backside. Sometimes it can spawn forward, but it's rarer. And the other part that's interesting then is the mid-game. the mid game is typically harder against aggressive civs because everything is so open. But then there's the later phase where once you start to reach out towards these tree lines and wall it off, you get a lot of security. This map is ginormous. It just feels ginormous because your starting tree line looks smaller. And yes, this is Age of Empires 4, the latest in the Age of Empires franchise. And honestly, with the way the RTSs look at the moment, if you're looking at modern RTSs, the future of RTSs. So military wing coming through. Medigarden on the flank. It's not too bad. Nothing crazy. It's just going to secure him the 86 resource total. I don't think there was anything better either. Yeah, resource is a bit too spread wide for him to get. This is unfortunate. If he actually had Vortex's spawn, this would have been great. Could have got the double berry in the gold. Alright, that Stormgate comment is a bait. I'm not going to respond to that. Well, I kind of did, but that's the closest you're getting to a response. You know what is the future? PC specialist PCs, baby. Right, you guys see all the Unreal Engine, like, posting about a job role coming up on, like, the World's Edge team? Don't know what they're up to, but, I mean, Unreal Engine can be a gigantic beast when it comes to optimization sometimes. Just demanding the best in PCs. So, if you guys do need a PC, reminder to always check out our sponsor, PC Specialist. Big shout out to those lads. I have 1 quadrillion frames per second on my laptop while recording and streaming to multiple locations because of how good this laptop is. Okay, so Numu. A job complete. Pro Scout should be the obvious goal. We've already got the wood gather to drop stables. Oh, what? He's not stabling. This is a reaction to the Abbasid military wing. I mean, it makes sense. This is the classic way you deal with this, guys. The best way to deal with the Abbasid military wing is free archers. You can't build archers, you can build tube. That has a negative connotation to it, though, because tube are slower than archers. So, Vortex can more easily kite you and waste your time. Vortex, it is going to be the stables archery follow-up. Double stables at that. The classic melee wing build. Kind of worrisome, actually. Somehow, well, not somehow, it's obvious, right? With the berry gathering, he has more sheep than Numidan does right now. Your mad Stormgate was so bad, you're really excited. Yeah, the thing, like, it had a lot of potential, but I think that, the thing I keep saying with a lot of these RTSs that do what they're doing, they hyper-fixate on a 1v1 RTS that is the past. Like, make a good, fun game first. Make a good, fun game, and also, you really don't want to spin the competitive. Think about teams instead, for the love of God. Like, do something different instead of just ruminating on the past. Stormgate just wanted way too badly to be Starcross replacement. And in my opinion, they tried to do too much at once. They want multiplayer right. They want to then try and get the team games out quicker. Then the campaign just wasn't there. They unfortunately struggled with the classic, which is overhype as well. Which is something like they didn't want. And also, finally, like, budgeting. I don't think you can justify that type of money in this, like, in this environment right now. I feel bad for them because part of it wasn't their own fault, in that, like, what I mean by that is the industry as a whole was overinflated. So the meta was to just get stupid funding and then just get more stupid funding. Whereas now, you know, investors are like, nah, this doesn't make sense. We don't want speculative, we want now. It's the exact same reason Battle Aces folded in the end, where they're like, how do we monetize this? But sadly, the people that are in charge of deciding how it should be monetized should never have been allowed near that meeting. Okay, so Vortex did get sacked on the scalp. New one's coming in, though. And Numidan, did he get eyeballs on it? I think he did. He's got spears here. If you want more team games focus, why not cast someone AoE4? Because AoE4 doesn't do a good job of highlighting what's good about team games. Sorry to break the delusion, but the map design for AoE4 is really bad in team games. Always has been. Making that viable starts with actually making, like, ladder good for team games. Cheap. Jumping on it. Ignoring the spears first. He needs his own to protect against the horseman wave. Vortex jumping in. He's already breaking through. The Chug. Irrelevant here. They do not have sealed arrow. Undermesh is already there. They're doing no damage whatsoever. Vortex destroying. Numidan step up. Pro Scouts is going to give him some boon here. There's no back down now. Vortex in a great position. Yeah, like, team games don't have any casting mods. The default maps are terrible. And the problem with that, by the way, is we could try and make good maps in... Like, I could go to Caillou and he'd work with me to try and make good team maps. But what happens then is they never get inspired and implemented by the devs. They just ignore them. So then, like, I've noticed this. It's kind of challenging. Like, you want to have custom maps, but you have to have some maps that are already in the game that people do on ladders, they can relate to what they're seeing, sort of thing. You know? This is starting to look a bit like a destruction. I mean, he's trying to remass into Chug again. He's sneaking some deer back, but that's not going to last very long. The problem with this game for Numidan is his strategy is a bit hard to pull off now because all the deer are on the east side of the map. The Vortex is just steering there hard. Yes, Numidan did beat Lucifer. 3 of 2. It's looking like he might wash out for this rate. I can't believe that I'm watching the bastards beat Shushi like this. It's just ponies. And, you know, the crazy thing is Numidan, he's finally steering the horseman. I thought we might see this sooner. Chug, horseman, seems like it would have made a lot more sense, especially with Dali horses. I think what Numidan was trying to do with spears over horsemen here is achieve mass, which is a classic strategy for chugging. Chugging is all about numbers. It gets more effective the higher the number gets. It's snowbally, like more snowbally even than archers. So I think he just kind of took the bait there. Now finds himself in just an awkward position where it's very hard to shift out of. Chug, they're doing a good job of taking out these archers. Oh, but the boot camp came in. Okay, that makes it so much harder now. The horsemen just jump in. The extra 10 health is actually making the difference for these archers. You mean we'll be able to push him away? Archers are going to be left behind. Remember what we said, the chase is the problem here. Chug are slower than everything else in this engagement. So they'll always be playing catch-up, keep retreating and Chug. Love these little recharging Vortex. A bit ambitious now to the Spearman, however. But feels like he's got the numbers. It's just going to brute force it. Goes past onto the Chug. I don't think that was worth it at all for Vortex. What? Dude, he lost like 10 horsemen. Definitely not worth it. Holy crap. I mean, the crazy thing though is Vortex, he looked like he was getting ready to castle up. I don't know if this makes him think twice. In the meantime, he's getting those additional deer home. Like, this is his lifeline right now, to Saver. So this is actually inspiring for Numidan, because if he wins another fight, he'll be in a position to take the 4 deer. And that's when the game gets scary for Vortex. So yeah, full reinvestment, puts it all back into ponies. Oh, also on like the whole RTS discussion, another big problem we've been over on this channel before is that practically all modern RTSs are terrible at figuring out how to convert people from single player to multiplayer. You can't start people in multiplayer in RTSs. It doesn't work. This has kind of been proven by recent releases. It's too hard. The skill ceiling's way too high. Because even at the grungy, like, mud dweller level of, like, I'm not very good at the game, lol, but I've played 1,000 hours. The understanding required on pickup is very different to, like, I'm not very good at the game, lol, look at me play Call of Duty. A Chinese knight special anyway means Shushi ones. Shushi specifically has Dali horses, which gives increased attack speed. But he's not going to be the one getting there. Vortex. How does it keep finding this economy, man? He's about to go castle. He is outnumbered, though. He's rushing the goal. Culture Wing now on the way. Or RTSs that focus on campaign? Yep. Like, I'm trying to think if in recent years there have been any good examples of RTSs that have made me feel something with their campaign. Characters that I remember. Quotes that I remember. Iconic moments. And I'm coming up dry. You know what the best one is? It was Age of Mythology's remake. So it was literally an old one. I still, to this day, remember the Ajax scene. Where the guy on the other side is like, surrender and you shall be shown lenience. And then he gets shot in the face with a ballista bolt. And then Ajax goes, we surrender. Just come a few steps closer so we can hear you. I also think there's a misunderstanding that, like, it's very hard to attach people to RTSs because you're so detached from the characters. There's ways of doing it. Command & Conquer literally proved that for years. Alright, let's see who's going to command and who's going to conquer here. Vortex to the double outpost. This is actually huge. The other time is important, though. Numu wastes no time going to work burning it. Chug protected by these choke points. Vortex's own tower's getting in the way here. Two workers going down. Vortex 20 seconds away from age up, but the Chug continue their good work. The Peebo's sniping him down, but the burns need to come through fast. The spear count is down to just 4. Imu, he has no answer to the towers. A phenomenal tower defense there by Vortex. The double fire, good enough. Hurt him on his gathering for a moment there, sure, but he already had the age up on the way. Imu not too far behind on now teching himself, of course. Did get 2 worker kills out of it. He has extended his lead as it seems that Vortex was either housed or skipped on worker production. No textiles. Yeah, he's 4 workers behind. The maths just doesn't add up. And this is what I'm worried about now. Composite bows is kind of crazy. Unless you beat Chug. Numu has the right idea, though. He's getting out of lightly armored units into heavily armored. It's going to be night spam from both players. I mean, props to Vortex in the way he's played this. 1 TC, and he's minimized the impact of pro scouts for Numu. Like, Vortex has taken half the deer on this map. Also means that Numu is running out of deer soon. Oof. So what's Numu's win con? We're not going to see it, but Nesta Bees is like actually sick here. The problem is you never want to do it because it slows you down too much. Like high-level players will exploit the fact you switch Siege. Siege is the type of play you make after you win the middle of the map and they're stuck in their base. First example of this is actually Ibids. Ibids do it all the time, where they'll bully you in your base and then build manganiques. Avalances don't beat regular... Well, they do, actually. They draw with them. Because Abbasid Lances have the exact same stats as Standard Knights. They definitely do not beat Dali Horses Shushi. However, Numu doesn't have Dali Horses yet. No attack speed buff. Oh, I've been here before. Lancers. I'm going to scare him a bit. He's got the archers behind this. They're the bigger deal. Horsemen haven't been upgraded. The spearmen have not been upgraded either. Lancers are raiding in. A connect on the back there. As Vortex strikes down 4. She continues. Vortex now with the eco on the front line is dangerous. Numu can't turn to attack them. No, he continues to dive. He's a madman right now. Lancer line is thin on both sides of the equation. The Tube up against the Vet Archers. It's kind of surprising how effectively these guys can contest. You end up overkilling the Tube, and attack speed wins as king here. Vortex wipes the main and has the helm. Yeah, this is rough, man. I mean, Numidan, he was behind on key techs, which is crazy. Shushi usually have the edge here, but Vortex's economy has felt consistently better, or better leveraged at least. Have a win like that. I mean, Numi, he does at least have a good Lance account, which is great for raiding, but you can see Vortex playing it like a MOBA player. Send it straight down mid. He doesn't want to give time for raiding here. Numu, no outpost. Oh, no. No. Not like this. The timing on that. Vortex arrives the raid. Able to chase him away. More workers going down. The miss rally. Great snipes. Vortex now with a 4-worker lead. And enough archers to send these lancers to their maker. Numudan, this is it. If this doesn't connect, it's just snowball from here. He needs a good hit. Vortex, he only has 1 outpost. That's 4 workers that could go down. But the archers with the dive in! It never stopped! The bleeding never ends. 5-worker lead now. Gonna be some cutbacks on worker requirements at this warm-up. Even with that damage done, though, it's a 4-worker lead for Vortex. Relic game is starting to look up for Numu. Second relic on the way home. Has got 1 closest base, though. He's out of food, man. Like, this is the problem. Like, look at the way this is spawned. All his berries pushed in one direction. Vortex just knows. Lancer's still never able to find the kill. They're just getting chased away now. Did also be secured as follow-up. Vortex has so much security in food that Numu doesn't. And that's gonna be it. GG called. Vortex now 1 game away from clean sweeping the finals. Well, we've been here before with a Spaniard versus Numidan. Oof. It is not looking good right now for Numu. An Abbasid pick beating Shushi is crazy. Don't say that often. Why does 1 TC Abba beat Shushi? So they're actually surprisingly efficient. 10% extra gathering on everything compared to the 20% extra inflation from supervision. Then you've got things like military wing. The extra health goes a long way in archer massing. And if you ever hit the composite bow timers, it's kind of crazy. Then you've got to remember they also save on villager production, which gives them more horsemen. And then finally, just, I think, outskill. There was one really good fight there for Numidan when the horsemen overcommitted. But outside that, I feel like every other fight was a good trade for Vortex, which is why he got away with it, really. A toroidal vortexes. No. What? Alright, French versus Mongols is what we got up next on front range. I feel rough. All right, let's get to it. He's been here before. Face in the dirt, but Numidan is not done yet. He puts it all on the French. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Grand finals time. Vortex 1 away from clean sweeping it. But Numu still has a chance to strike back. His French up against Vortex's Mongol. Signature Civ classic for the Spaniard. And Numu, actually with one of his best civs. Numudan, I would say Byzantine's French are probably his 2 best civs in the game. He's really solid on them. In fact, that became apparent to us. I remember Dimu with HRE versus Numudan's French, like an insane game out of Numu happened earlier this year. You can find on the YouTube channel. They just convinced me, like, okay, this kid means business. We'll be pulling the ball straight away. The norm. Only 5 workers, though, so you can protect it with 1 outpost. Which makes sense, because remember, you're against Mongols. There's a good chance they want to rush you. And this will allow you to set up an outpost to protect. Sorry, my throw's going again.
Finite.
Lucifer better than Vortex, Vortex better than Numu, Numu better than Lucy. I mean, I like that, though. I've always said that that's when you know, like, if you get to the point where you got 8 different players, at least, that could win a tournament. And the challenge is X beats Y, and Y beats Z, and Z beats A, etc. That's a good place to be, where, like, different play styles have become empowered to the point that, like, people playing different leads to advantages over X, Y, Z. That's the dream, man. Am I sick? Yes. I've been feeling absolutely like crap the last few days. Yesterday was the worst. Today is like a teeter-tottering. So, despite that, we can't miss finals first day. So we came online, even though we're dying. The things I do for you guys. Okay, so Numu. Outpost has been revealed. Vortex went for a ball, though. I like this. He didn't react. That's a smart call. Going spears here is a big negative. You're better off just getting the age up first and then playing into spearmen if necessary, which probably is going to be necessary against French. Remember, here on front range, you have less food to work with in your base. You only get 9 sheep in total. So this ball play is very important for both sides, actually. And how did you guys predict? Let me have a look. 83% for Numidan. Damn, someone's like, I've seen this story before. All the way down, can't afford any more losses, and then perfection to pull through. I mean, we've seen it from Numu against Lucifer. Gonna happen again. Keshik's roll over to French Knights. Yeah, but the thing about cavalry is, like, cavalry can be somewhat disadvantaged here because it's a very flat linear map. What I mean by that is, like, you're probably going to see Numidan go French Knights because they're the best thing you build. But there is an argument that you can just go Spear Archers here. And with Mongols having Deer Stone and Maneuver, you just send it down mid. Wonder if we'll go Pro Scouts. I've seen a few French players do Pro Scouts just because it's cheaper on this map. I just don't really... I'm not convinced by it. I mean, the safety is nice. And you'd be able to secure at least probably, what, 15 deer, but you have 3 of them in base race, so 12. At a stretch, you'd be able to get your hands on, like, probably 20. Maybe you're able to sneak the ones on the north side. The problem, though, is this map is all about tempo, and if you go Pro Scouts, you lose tempo. There are maps where you can afford to do that, but on front range, we've noticed a pattern. You know, he who chooses greedy often chooses death. And Vortex. Opening maneuver. It's going to be archery, so we've got Magadai. Yeah, I wonder if you try this. The gold is exposed. This is actually really smart at this stage, because Numidan doesn't really have much in the way of knights by the time you arrive here. And you could, technically at this pacing, go double Magadai twice. First one's queued up. In 22 seconds, you should have about enough stone to then double produce again. Some players prefer to just go 1 extra Magadai, and then switch into things like Keshiks or Spears. But Numudan has at least read this correctly. He's already going archers. Distant already on the move. Okay, yeah, he's optimizing. You just want to try and lap over. Actually, like, he could have pulled this further back, if anything, to buff all the way. So I'm not sure what he was doing there, actually. You have an outpost, which has a huge YAM network. Numidan. Ooh. Vortex let him get so close intentionally there. It's a great start. Now, if you tank with a Khan, this gets really annoying for the knight. Yeah, just chases him down. 1.56 movement speed. You're already close enough that, like, he can't get out of range, so... This is going to be a heavily damaged knight. Good reinforcements. Archers come through. We have got the Khan Hunter. Remember, Khan Hunter gives a huge buff to range on Magadai in Age 2 specifically. For archers, it's minimal. Extra 0.5. For Magadai, it's a game changer. Like, it's actually what makes them viable, really. Without the Khan Hunter, they are so exposed. But you can see here, get an extra 0.5 on top of the 0.5, so double the effect. And there's the dreaded detail. Mongols with Deerstone arriving at the edge of your base. This is where it gets very hard to not get counted by Magadai. So Numu, he has the right idea. He's leaning more into archers. Archers is your best friend. What's worrisome is, if you don't pay attention, you can get caught off guard by this. Vortex is going to Keshiks. Yeah, so his goal now is to hide the fact he's going to Keshiks, build it up to, like, 7 or 8, and reveal. I do like the walls detail. Like, it's the perfect counter to Magadai. Any team players know this. Get the wall up or die. Blame, and when you have all your trade line going at the back, and then Magadai get in, look for the one guy who didn't wall and blame him. Ping him. Vortex creeping in. Unfortunately, the Khan did just give it away. Still, it's going to be a worker kill, and he needs to get these, remember, French scale workers over time. He will get ahead, given enough time. Like that. Vortex, notice what he done there? He punted out the Falcon, so he'll know when the guard leaves, and then he can go in again. Now, Numudan's going to want to keep attention to that, so that he knows when it expires, so he knows when it's safe to pull away. And there you go. It fades. Numudan begins to move. Holy crap, I'm so cold. It's like weird. I'm getting blasted in the face by like a heater. So I feel like hot, but then I also feel cold on my extremities. It's a mixed bag, folks. Mixed bag. I think Numudan is aware of what's really happening here. He's starting to scale knights again, which is a good sign. Vortex's goal here was to try and double up on the knight count and catch him off guard. It's not going to be that easy, though. Good control there. Vortex just denying vision, but also against French, this is really impactful on this map. They're one of the quickest civs to exhaust the starting golds. Meaning you can catch them when they come north. And if you do, Magadai galore. One problem I do see for Numidan is he should run out of food first, by the way. Because Vortex, he's kind of staked more of a claim on the map at the frontier. Although it might be risky for him to take. And full wall in. Numidan just hunkering down. I mean, it does make sense. What are Mongols going to do? Rush Imperial? Oh no, they could actually do I don't know if he would rush Imperial here. This is a trickier map to do it on. Not impossible, mind you. Like with the map, just kind of closing in on him, like stopping him from being able to actually raid. It's not the most tragically terrible idea to imagine here. He does have the pastures for it as well. That's a problem, by the way. Numidan is going to run out of food first now. So what Numidan's probably going to be trying to do here is wall more of the map soon. So your next goal is to get out here. If you can wall here, you have all the gold you need. Because there's a bunch of 1600s, but also a 4K. So in total, you've got about, what was it, 10,400 gold if you wall before this one. Yeah, but I'm feeling confident. I'm a little bit surprised. I think he's maybe suspicious that it is one of those fast in builds now. Little does he know, though, Vortex is busy laying the perfect trap. The cash account's getting crazy. Numudan goes further in. Now, this is the type of position you can't easily retreat from. You'd sack your archers to do so. That's 2/3 of your army. Vortex looking to cut him off on the retreat. Keshiks, they reveal it. Numidan. It felt suspicious. For a good reason, the Keshiks plow on in. Catching him off guard. The archers, they're trying to find out the Magadai. The one thing that they actually realistically can kill. Keshiks outnumbering knights is a bad sign. It means he can sustain, trade out well here. And that's exactly what's happening. Numidan gets blitzkrieged through. Knight count going down to maybe a handful if he's lucky. And this is now hard to remax from with limited food and gold. Vortex has map control. He was already halfway to castle. Just looks like he's thought about this build a bit too well. The Mongols. The bait and switch real. The outcome all but definitive. I mean, this is problematic. Knights, they'll beat Keshiks, but not when outnumbered. Like, when they're outnumbered like this, the Keshiks, they can micro them away, then bring them back in to heal while they fight. No range means you can't stand behind the wall now, sniping down the injured pies. Vortex will just back away, though, because there's no point throwing away your lead here. From here, you just age up. If you just age up, it's the easiest win. Not sure if we're going to see Kurotai. It's the type of map where you realistically could Kurotai from this position, but usually it's not advised with Keshiks because they move too fast. Oh, he's going to do it, though. I think this is the type of play you make on front range with Keshiks, but probably not on like a Dry Arabia or a Rocky River. Rocky's a bit different because of the choke points, but if the map is open, it means you can be fought in different locations, so Kurotai tends to feel worse. But here on front range, we said this is a timing type map, and if you went step readout, I mean, there's no value, really. You'd have to move it up into the mountain straight away. So just, you'd tech up, and you'd have no landmark for, like, the first minute of your age up. Which kind of defeats the point, because that's usually how Kurotai feels. You tech up, and unless your opponent attacks you, you kind of feel like you don't have a landmark until you get the pack up there. So you can move faster. Nimu. He's doing the only thing he can. He's trying to raid his way back into this game. It looks a bit chalked. Spears is pretty cool here, actually. The tricky part, though, is with Yam, it's very hard to catch these Keshiks. I mean, even without Yam, it's hard to catch them. Great charge in. Keshiks getting the club down. Veterancy just kicked in. He's going to jump on in. Defense arrow gets activated. He doesn't give a damn about those spears. Numu, I mean, it's the only idea that could get him back into it for a direct fight, but it's taking too long. Tearstone and Kurotai coming through. Prepping him for the death bush. Step Lancers as well. Numu with an 8 worker lead. Yeah, but Vortex with 3,000 resource destroyed lead is too much. GG called a 4-0 sweep for the Spaniard. He retains that title. He remains your champion, the unslayable, the unkillable. Who will be able to stop him at this rate? Oh. In some ways, probably a good thing for my throat that it was 4-0. Bloody hell. It's going. It's getting real husky, actually. Good lord. GG's to Vortex. Whew. So, that means tomorrow, we will have our third place matchup between Lucifer and B. In fact, let me ping them on now. Bracket is like this. So Lucifer, he got 3-2'd by Numidan. Vortex able to 3-1B. We just saw Vortex taking a 4-0 victory in the grand finals. I mean, tomorrow we'll have B versus Numidan. B versus Lucifer rather to start off week number 11 of the KPMM. Whoop whoop. Dude, my chest, my throat, everything. Louis lost to Scarlet. Yep. Scarlet Devil 2-0'd him. Scarlet's actually very threatening in best of threes. But he lacks the experience in best of fives. That'll come with time. And then he's a really significant threat. He was able to 2-0 Louis this week in a best of three. And he was able to 2-1 Wham the other week in a best of three. He is a surprising beast. Actually, I don't think many people would have realized it or thought it possible. But I think... what should we do now, guys? Should we get ready to... what should we play? I'm weighing up whether I play something or call it. My throat is really... I want to do something, man. I probably should call it. Or we go live on our secondary channel with something else. What would we do? Battlefield? Need to get better. Yeah, talking more is probably not going to help. I hate that. Yeah. Alright, guys. I'm going to end it. Thank you everyone who watched. We're going to find someone to raid on Twitch for YouTube, TikTok, Kick, etc. Stream ends now. We'll be back tomorrow. We should be live by probably, I'd say, usually we're live about 2 p.m. UK time. But make sure you join the Discord. We always pop out notifications, adding people when we're live there. We're just waiting for confirmation on when B and Lucifer will play exactly. That'll be when we'll go live. But thank you for watching, guys. It's been a pleasure as always. And I'll see you all again very soon.